my mic's just not working. There we go. But, hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/OtakuSmile2. If you are watching on YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe leave a like, a comment, and maybe subscribe. And if you don't like what you see, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. Either way, hoping you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. I'm gonna try and I don't think the music's gonna work, mind you. I'm gonna try and get it to load, though. Because I actually got it to load today. I haven't even been able to get the website to load in days. That's part of why it's been so quiet. It's like, nothing's wanted to load. We'll see. I don't think it's going to necessarily work, but I'm still going to try anyway. Just going to give it a minute, see if I can load it and everything. I'll at least set it on the back burner for a little while and then come back to it maybe in a little bit. So that, in theory, it'll work. In theory. Technically it's loaded, but I don't think it's going to run. That's the thing. At least not right now. So, I'm going to pause it. I'm going to close it out for a little bit. I might come back to it, but today we're going to be playing Bedrock. Let me get into it. I picked it because it's easier to get into. Plus, I don't want to fight with the potato thing today, to be honest. Yeah. Gonna open my drink. Alright, as you can see, we're here. We're gonna continue where we left off. Let's go check on the house that I built last time. Nice little reminder, that's what I built. We're gonna want to continue. Probably something similar on this side, but just we'll see. I mean, obviously I've already started it, but it's a little different. I know it's very monotone. It's kind of meant to be. Let's see. Let me check out the music. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I like how it came out. Like I said, this one's gonna be a little bit more, it's gonna have the tough in it. That's all it's really gonna be different for now. We'll get more later. And we'll have, as I said before, I kind of want to have, the farther out that way we go, the more, color and stuff we start bringing in, because I honestly do feel like I like the idea that this area is much more monotone, not because it's, but because it's just, like, it fits in with the vibes and all that. Only a building like this one, and even on the outside, it's still very, or not that one. This one, it's still on the outside very, one note. The inside's going to have more color, and you have the mangrove over there, but, yeah. Actually, you know, I should probably make this a gold block. But, the entire idea is just kind of like, this is where things started, if you will. It was mined in through, this is the old historical road that still exists. As pretty much the main road of traffic from the outside world would be here. Thus, well, most of the buildings on this side are kind of, well, there aren't really any. But basically, you'd be going out from here. So, you know, as they did, this is the stuff they had, so this is what they would have used, kind of thing, is the idea. And then You go out further, most likely, both this way and that way. You have more trade going on, more and stuff, and you just would have more, yeah. I'm not gonna pretend it's terribly exciting sounding. But yeah, that's kind of the idea that I want to go with, is just, you start where you start, and then you finish where you finish, kind of thing, like coloration and all that. It becomes much more, it's about what you can get your hands on. I'm gonna go check on my cat real quick and make sure he's doing okay. I'll be right back. The beast is being a beast, but not in here. I'll have to go catch him again in a second. Nope, there's no one. Yeah. So I need more. I could just use these. Definitely need a few of those though. Do I have any in here? What I'm looking for? Have I finally run out of? I say finally, but it wasn't really all that final. I might have. No, I have a stack still. Okay. But conceptually, I just kind of like the idea of having the road pretty well maintained as well. But like, you can go out here, and this just kind of leads to the road. And it goes along like that. Yeah. You know, maybe I should grab a few of the... Not that I really care too much, I mean... But, still. I do kind of feel like you should have it be filled in, even if it's just with, like, trash blocks. Overall. There we go. Alright, what blocks do I want to use? Not tough. Tough is good for building, though. What have I got? I do still have some of these. I can use that. Anything else here? Not really. Alright. More of these. I do need these. And a stack of this. For filling in holes. Do I have any torches? I do have torches. I'll probably just gather up some more. Hello, Jokester. I'm doing pretty well. As you can see, I'm working on the city today. A little bit more. This is the house I finished last time. Pretty simple. I have all the different things. And then I'm going to work on that one probably today. Or I might finish filling in the street lamp. Oh, I'm glad to hear you're happy that I'm good. And yes, this is Bedrock, actually. I've been slowly working on this. This is an ancient city. You can see some of the work I've done here. On this side. Completely revamping. And making it into something else that kind of fits with it. It's meant to become a mining city. Adventures stay here. Oh, thank you for the follow, Jay Wilson. Hello, hello. How you doing? And here's the Adventurers Guild. I haven't finished it, but the inside yet. But you can see this. It occurs to me I probably would actually like to make this yellow or gold hair, because I'm thinking of kind of making it look a little bit like another star. It's not going to be perfect, but and it'll actually have like, I can't believe I want to do this to myself. I'm thinking of even putting like 4 diamond blocks around here, and then to have amethyst around the edge of this. Probably amethyst blocks, I mean. And then I might need another coat of white in between just to kind of, but maybe not calcite, but maybe calcite, we'll see. But yeah, just kind of working on redesigning and everything. Alright, let me actually turn about that much into these. Alright, so that we can just kind of move this down the line a little bit. No, this is my own personal world. I don't really do a lot with internet because my internet is crap. So this is technically an offline world. Maybe someday, like when I have better internet, I'll think about it. But for now, unfortunately, no. Or at least maybe a copy of it. Because I'm not against it. Let me be clear. I don't have the internet to be able to go on if it was a server. Yeah. Unfortunately. But, I mean, that's why everything here has only been done by me. Pretty much. But, I mean, I do, like, it is fun to figure things out a little bit here and there. That it is. Basically, it was a super lucky thing. Because what basically happened is it's between versions, if you will. That basically the ancient city and this amethyst, it spawned, or it was like there for one point. And then for the other, for like, I guess because I wasn't on the other side, or effectively, I got up to the ancient city and the amethyst. But the amethyst isn't there in, like, later versions, because this is mostly just Dripstone Cave, unfortunately. I didn't even know that until I wanted to go check something really quickly on a copy of the world, just to be like, okay, to be honest, trying to figure out where the heck my nether portal ended up. I was not, and I never really, I had to figure it out myself anyway. But yeah, it was just super lucky. So you can see on this side where this part of the ancient city, this is when it, it's not that it became Dripstone Cave. Well, actually at this point it has. But basically, instead of having what it was, it then has the dripstone there. You can just kind of see, like, almost a chunk. And then if you go up over there, it's just all dripstone. It is all dripstone above it anyway. But, like, on this level, I mean. It's kind of weird. It's just one of those unfortunate lucky, or fortunate to get unlucky that you can't be like, yeah, so do I. Notice what is missing in this beautiful city. Except for like 2 that I can't reach right now. I'll have to get them later. They're up there. Ugh. But, I mean, luckily... Hello, buddy. Oops, I messed that up. But you know what? just gonna use this chest over here a second. I'll come back for this stuff, but I'm not against... Says I tend to... I do agree. And at first what I wanted to do was just restore it. That's kind of what I was thinking initially. Wow, that's actually a pretty good helmet there. But, that was what I was initially thinking. And then I realized something kind of unfortunate about the city, or the cities in general. That, honestly, for me, the person who wanted to just restore it, perspective, it was kind of annoying. But you know how it goes. I tossed candles in here. That's what I did. And that is, there's no real houses in this place. Like, as far as living buildings, or buildings to live in, are concerned, for the most part, there really isn't, like, a proper building. The closest you can get to is, let me see if I can find one. Like, at first I was like, oh, yeah, I think this one. This will be one, right? And I realized, no, this isn't really a house building. You start looking around more. And stuff. It's just like, there is no house. The second closest is, I mean, at least I have one of these buildings in here, I guess, but is one of those. But even then, you start exploring around in it, it just kind of falls apart as a house design. Unfortunately. So I kind of changed my focus. I was like, I wanted it to be a restoration project over the month of October. I was like, it'll be fun. Not too spooky, but, you know, spooky. But then I look around and I realize another thing here. I have to completely shift these. You can see I've shifted one here. Like, why are these here? In the path? And you go through and you realize it doesn't even have to be that way, because I've marked out where each one will go. Like, I've got that one there. And overall, it fits better throughout the whole thing. I have one extra, like, right here. No, the last one is there, I believe. To do it like that, and it's just like, why? Yeah. Here's the last one, I believe. Or it could be that one. Not sure. I don't have to do that, but it looks nicer like this. So again, it's that kind of thing where I look at it and I'm like, why was it like this? It's a campus. That's what it really is, ironically. It's not a city. I mean, I would agree that it's a city, except for the fact that I look around, and here's the thing. So one, we have a lot of these everywhere. This is like one of the most likely to spawn things, right? This, and let me see if I can find another one. I kind of already removed one of the annoying ones, but this one and the one that's the up, this. Yeah. I have one on the other side still, untouched, well, mostly untouched. Like, I would believe it would be a city, except for the, like I said, it could at least be more believable if you had more of, like, the structures that are kind of like this, overall. Maybe, until you start trying to put it together, but considering, like, the most likely ones to find are more like these, which seem much more like stages and halls and statuary. That's kind of where I go with the whole, it feels far more like a campus to some extent, whether it be a religious campus or a university kind of style campus, which would actually fit in theme. After all, you have underneath the statue the redstone stuff, right? Which fits in with the idea. Yeah, I would rather it be more of a more complex village. And maybe the word doesn't make sense. think like it would have dormitories and the like instead. Which I'm not gonna say it doesn't fit. It kind of does, especially once you go into the redstone area down here, which again it kind of fits in with the idea of just learning and stuff, right? But when I was actually wanting to build it as a city, I realized it just kind of doesn't work. Which I feel is a shame, because I really did want to make it just, like, be more of a city, and it just... I thought, you know, at least we could do, like, villager houses, and then, like, this is one of the buildings that was the too tall, that kind of thing. And I was going to put stairs in it, and I was going to be like, it'll have 2 floors and everything, and I just kind of realized it really isn't room and a good way to do that and stuff. Also, allow me to give you my biggest, like, the most frustrating thing in the city. And it's not even about, like, the design choices and stuff here. Yeah, I could buy that, yep. And then that's why you have the pillager ruins as well. They're not here because they're investigating an ancient city. They're here investigating their ancestors. I actually kind of like that as an idea. But unfortunately, as a city building thing, it kind of falls apart. So we're making it an RPG city. But I do think it would make more sense. And it, like I said, it would make more sense as to why the pillagers would be here. Because you can tell by the dark oak, or by all of these things, which they use specifically, right? It's their colors and stuff. Which does fit. I mean, I'm not going to say it doesn't. Unfortunately, though, like I said, it doesn't really fit the concept of city. Alright, let's heal up my pickaxe a little bit and put these down a second so that I can kind of show you where my anger... Because it's something that's a little visual. If I'm being honest. Because this will be under the road, but... So my biggest anger, right? Or, not anger, frustration. Is right here. So this isn't how this normally starts out. This is normally one thinner, right? And one smaller. It looks fine like that. But that means that normally, so this side here, right? Here, let me put these here so I can put them back. Yeah. Is normally actually like this, all the way down the line. So on this side, hello Sky. Yeah, I'll probably put a library in anyway, even though it's no longer an ancient campus, it's gonna be a city, but as I was saying, on this side, it's like this. On this side, it's like this. Normally. For a normal ancient city. For this structure. I don't know why. All I had to do was kind of make it look even more like what I would expect. Perhaps. But yeah. My wisdom is... Apparently somebody at Mojang is very against people with OCD. So like I said, I don't understand. It's like, it's not even good for city building, because the concept is it's flowing in, right? Also, don't move large structures, maybe, unless you want to find things you don't want to know. Like that. But, I mean, like, the only reason I even know is because it was right here. I've moved it, obviously, over. So I decided to move it over, and, you know, I was counting out the blocks and everything, and I realized, wait a minute. And they didn't... And here's the thing. I made it wider and bigger, but they wouldn't even have to do that. But then it wouldn't work with their road. So they basically tried to make it so you wouldn't notice by doing it here. They could have just made it all one thinner. Although they could have just made the road 4 wide, and then that would have solved that issue completely. they're the ones that decided they wanted an odd number for the building. Which I don't mind. I like it. At the same time, though, but yeah, literally all I did to make it work and, you know, be an odd number and all that, or flow comfortably, is I added the block at the top there, and so I made it a block wider. That's it. That's all I had to do to make the structure look pretty sound still. It still fits in with all the other imagery and stuff. It's not as thin necessarily, but for something like that, it doesn't have to be. Because it's an arch over, it's mostly an arch over the bridge that just has this nice little flair to it. If you will. So, yeah, I mean, that's my feelings on that there. I still don't know why. By the way, how you doing, Dwagon? But unfortunately, this one didn't actually spawn with the bathhouse, which there is a bathhouse structure. Although the bathhouse structure is kind of... it's got its own issues. But, you know, it's still fine overall. Don't know why they're sticking, like, enchanted tools and the like in there and not, you know, leather armor. Or armor. Different issue, though. But, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with the whole thing. I mean, I'm not even going with it like it's an argument. I'm just saying, like, it's very strange for a build like this. It's more like texturing and stuff. Right and wrong ways to do it. Another problematic thing is actually with the statue. This was one that was a textural thing where I'm like, okay. Oh, apparently the game crashed. Game just got updated. I just got it. We'll get it running. Hopefully, my world's okay. I don't want to rebuild my stuff because I haven't backed up the world since I did the house because I haven't been able to get it running. But yeah, here. Bubbles, exactly. I don't know, like, all I was going to say with the texture, obviously they don't want me to reveal the texture thing, is like, so they've got where the different areas are supposed to be different textures, and then they're using the same textures to show degradation / aging, right? Which makes it very confusing as to what's supposed to be what. I don't understand it. Won't you give me my skin? Thank you, please. Sign in. Gonna wait for everything to load, and then we'll get continuing, hopefully. Hopefully it works more like mobile, where it doesn't have an issue. Oh, of course, it had to show me new add-ons. Ugh. No, I don't care. But, no, like, I don't think it's a bad thing to add more texturing and stuff to the game and stuff, right? That's fine. There we go. Come on and work. It's just... Alright, if this dies, you'll see it with me. Okay, everything's good. Cool. Eh. No. It decided to reload and declare there's an update. I'm not updating right now. See, Minecraft's back. Anyway, what I was saying was, like, I've removed most of it because I'm just like, I want it to be at its best state kind of thing. Other than I've left the cracked ones in, I think that's fine. But, and I've done a little, I've left these in as well because I don't think they're as big of an issue for, you know, degradation and all that, or aging and all that. But when you're going through and you're having to figure out, is this actually stone bricks or is it stone tiles? Especially when, and here's the thing, it wouldn't be a big deal except for that is stone tiles, except for when it's stone bricks for some reason. Again, like throughout this whole thing. And the ears are actually cobblestone, or the deep slate cobblestone, which is where it's like I feel a little iffy, but you know, slash bricks and tiles at the top, because that's how it's designed. Gotta love it. I didn't really mess with up here because it's just this is why I'm showing this, because well, nobody can see it anyway, but like you can see, it's weird. It's like it's supposed to be like it's degradation, it's age, it's degrading. But then the very same blocks you go down like to here, and it's like it's the mouth blocks purposely done, and I'm just kind of like, I mean, that's where it bugs me. I'm not trying to complain or anything specifically. Obviously, I don't agree with it. I have a choice. But it's things like that where I go through and I'm like, wait, that doesn't make any sense to use as a texture block or aging block, since we already have it in another, you're using it for another thing as well that isn't as that block. It's an age. Anyway, it doesn't matter too much. Those are just my nitpicks with the ancient city that I kind of wish weren't the case. I mean, like, gotta be honest, I know that in part it's partially just my Asperger's talking, but like, it's very strange of a choice for all the things. And I am removing the pillars. I do think they would look okay if this was how tall the city was. It never is. It instead looks strange because this is clearly meant to be like holding up a ceiling piece. There's no ceiling. I don't know. You could disagree with me. That's totally fine. Oh yeah, ran over. In case you're curious. Hello, Drift King. How you doing? I hope you're doing okay. And obviously this has to be fixed up and all that, but yeah, we're no longer going to have roads above like this, except for if there being a wall. Anyway, how you doing? Alright. Well, I hope that means that you're at least doing okay. Alright, this does go all the way over. So, yeah. I'm just healing up my pickaxe while I do this really quickly. I know it's slow, but it's effective. There we go. I'm sad to hear that you're not okay. Hopefully you will soon be able to be better. Or feeling better. I hope, at least. It is the way the world unfortunately works, though. Alright, so... But I do hope that you do feel better soon. Alright, so this goes all the way back here. No, I have an extra layer of grass. So 4. And then what I'm going to do here, because I said I kind of want to make this building a 2-sided building, or rather that it will have 2 buildings to it, if you will. Alright, let me actually remove some of these as well. I can use them for my own devices, aka the road. You know, it's weird that they didn't choose to do any cracked, like, slabs. Because, you know, those exist. It's like, they're all just like that. It's just a little strange. And less, of course, it was yet another one of those, well, it's the texture of, it's like, no, it's not. There. Anyway. Alright. 3, 4. We're gonna start that way. Alright, so this goes back. This one actually goes back an even number, I think. 3, 6. Whether I necessarily want it to or not, but at the very least it can go back like 5, 2, 3, 4. So it's actually 6. Maybe it goes back to here. And it's 7. So like this side it's a little bit bigger, which again kind of fits with the idea that we're going with, that over here is where things kind of you came in. These are both housing and shops. There. Oh, I do actually have a little bit more of this. Alright. So the question becomes, do I want to use it in the middle? I think I kind of do. There. What have we got on this? If I use this here... Oh, wait, wrong side. There. And we could do this here and here. And then take these out. Kind of similar idea, but a little different. There. Alright. And then if we add in... I think I want to use regular ones here for this. Fill this in. Like so. Just to kind of change it up so that as you're going down it doesn't feel like it's the same, but different. Alright. Alright. Because this will go here. Just to kind of see how this will look, and do I want to add want to add like this as well so it kind of matches. I think I kind of do. Stone cutter, bop, bop, and bop. Because it's just it's a nice little difference between the two, kind of. Yeah. So I like the idea, like the two houses, they look like that. Kind of, so they kind of match, but then they don't really match. And then, actually this is enough. And what I actually want to do is these. So this one goes, actually, apparently I need another one. Give me a second. Didn't even notice. Kind of like that, kind of like that there. So they match, but they're not the same, I think, for looking through here. So like I said, I want this street to be very, how it is. And then I can also kind of, if I remove this instead here, I can instead put in another road kind of continuing forward so it's a bit more of a grid-like pattern. Yeah. And it just goes out that way to the next road, and then the next road kind of thing. Obviously this will be cleared out eventually, so there will actually be room for more structures. But yeah. As will this, because this is not going to be the road anymore. We have a much more put together that fits everything. Kind of. Let's put this here, here, and here. Like, I'm just trying to imagine a little bit, like, the idea of kind of, you have much more, the word intimate isn't the correct, well, I mean, it kind of works for this structure, but basically the structures here are very, just, yeah. And those structures kind of just continue down the road nicely. Till you hit the end. And all that. But yeah. And then, I think the road might be a little, well, actually I don't think it is off. Because this road specifically is only really connected to here, it's going to be a much shorter road than some of the other roads that come down later. Probably. If we figure this is along 713, then you could get to the end of... I need to remember to eat. Alright. Yeah. So it'll come up like right here. Boom. Which isn't bad. It's not going to go all the way, probably, because I do want it to probably, like I said, I do want it to end before it hits that point. But since this is just line 1 and rather road 1, I think it'll work. Especially since it's a shop front kind of thing. What? Okay, that's for like... Okay, how long is that one for? I don't think I have it... I can't remember how long it's for. Let me go check really quickly. So I could set a timer. At least it's supposed to have a timer. Give me a second. Redeems. And I'm only gonna start it once I've checked the time. Alright. And man, you saved up. Which one is it? Oh yeah. How long is it? Okay. That's fine. I will... thank you. I just had to check because a lot of mine are set to, I think, 2 minutes? Yeah. Normally they're set to 2 minutes. No, I'm not, like, saying I won't do it. Alright. It has started. No jumping. Probably save my energy. But you know, that's fine, actually. Did I just do this? Like that. It's not that hard. On Bedrock. It's a little harder on Java. Not a lot harder, but a little bit. But yeah. I'm just showing you that's how I would do it. I'm not doing it right now. I do actually have some slabs on me. And stairs. And I'm just about to pick up some more because I actually do have to clear this out. To be honest, slabs are not as good as stairs, I'd argue. For a do not jump. Alright. Crap, I messed it up. There, let me pick up the stairs. Alright, so this wall, what do we want to do with it? Actually, you know what? I'm going to break the rest of the coal as well. Pop, pop. See? Alright, that opens me up a free space so that I can make... What do I want to do for the side? I think I want to do more of this, because that's kind of what I'm already doing, right? Put that down there. I want... We're going to make... Actually, we're going to make... Sorry. These. Oh, never mind. I was about to think of a way to go around, but I don't have to. Pa-pa! Alright, Because I need this. And that was 3 minutes, by the way, in case you're curious. Alright, so what I'm thinking of doing, I kind of want it to be a similar height, so... And then how long is this wall? It's 4, right? 2, 3, 4, yeah. Alright. Oh, kitty? Oh, kitty heard me sneeze. Love you too, kitty. Alright, so this is going to be like a full... kind of like that. Or a full window, because the floor goes here, as you can see on this side. Or I might... I might do... No. We're going to do on this side. We're going to make it a little bit more... kind of just open but gate, like that. A little bit of wood is used. It's fine. Well, actually, it's intentional, but the only question is, does this look better, or would it be nicer like this? I kind of like that, because then you have, again, kind of that, yeah. And this goes up top, and it'll look good. Yeah. At least I think so. And it is up to me, right? Yeah. But the idea, like I said, is just to kind of like take this, and then you can take this side, and it gives vibes. We're going for vibes here. That's what's most important right now. Alright. So we're gonna go up. Up, 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 actually. Because that is where this line goes. Because I want it to be the same. Yeah. Alright. And then we can actually put that in there. Actually, no. No. What we want here, if I can get the piece back, is we want to put it in the middle. Kind of to match. There. And then we can put this here. Alright. Here. No, that's not it. There. That should look right. And then we can just do this. There, and we can do this. Ta-da! And, I mean, obviously it's very different. Ow. But that's kind of the point. There you go. Actually, gonna see if I can't get the music to work. Doop-a-doop. It's gonna sound weird. At least to me, maybe not to you. You might not even hear it. It's a weird one, but it kind of suits the vibes. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. If you can kind of see the idea on this side. And on this one, what I want to do is kind of change it up a little bit, make it a little bit different. Fine. There. And do that instead. So it's the reverse. So that goes there, 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 that goes there. Alright. Again, I'm just kind of trying to capture the look just a little bit. By the way, we're going to continue the grass. There we go. Hopefully that'll start continuing the grass out a little bit. Hopefully. Guarantee the next song won't load, but you know, we can hope, right? Yep. I got a song to load for like a minute. Well, I guess it was probably supposed to be two, but it's fine though. It is fine. Anyway, as I was saying, so this building will be two. There'll be two. So they'll have a connecting wall here, probably. Well, I mean, obviously. It's a shame that you know, you can't have like vertical slabs that could even stack together. That'd be better, but just like kind of. Because then what I would do is I'd probably add like one here, and then I'd do one on this side. And it would just be slightly smaller. But I don't want to do a whole block's worth. That's where it becomes no. And yeah, you set up the stairs. I haven't decided what kind of floor I want to do in here. If you guys know like what kind of floors you'll want in that building, then feel free to tell me. I'm gonna actually gather more blocks from our extra favorite Mine. There we go. You know, that's the thing. It looks super, like, on the bottom, and because I haven't cleared out the bottom part, it looks, like I haven't gotten any of this work done, and then you come up here and it's just, like, empty. Just to clear a little bit more. But if you're curious as to how far back this is actually going to end up going straight back to have city room, let me show you really quickly. It will come all the way back to here. And then it'll go all the way over. These. And there is a cave over there, by the way. I do feel like I should state that. Actually, oops, crap. I don't want silk touched blocks in that way anymore. I mean, they're good, but I have like a couple stacks. Wow, we got a couple diamonds here. Will we reveal any more? So technically this one won't be as needed at the end, but nope. Alright, and then you just go all the way back. I don't know, I think it'll look good. Alright, for now we're just doing that. Oh, actually I should probably... Because I kind of want it to actually look like it's more like it's been mined out from here. Because the entire concept is meant to be that they've mined the area out for themselves, right? Cat. Cat, I can't see. Alright, I kind of want to put it here. This is still like this is the end. Yeah, as soon as... I can't really see what I'm on. Like, that's what I want, right? Yeah. No, you can't have my food. It's not actually food. You can't have my drinks. No. And he's still in the mic thing. Well, sort of. There we go. Oh, I don't want to hurt you, baby. Yeah, I don't want to hurt you. You Goomba. Alright. Kitty, what? Kitty. Okay, I'm not even playing... Kidder. I know you want... Oh, he's stolen things. I have wrestled back control. Alright, but yeah. Suna. Alright, just so you can see, kind of, like, I know this is kind of, like, I should get back to building, but if I don't keep doing this, I'm never gonna get to the, Alright. There we go. Alrighty. I'll just keep slowly working back. Yeah. I have more than enough now for now, though, so, yeah. But see, it looks amazing, doesn't it? Like, it's a lot of work. And then it's, like, there's nothing. You come back, especially in comparison to all this. And then, yeah. Ooh, that was a close one. Cat, please stop. Please stop. No. No. Alright, but yeah, you can kind of see the vibes here. You can get the idea of how far back and how high the ceiling's going to mostly be. I intend it to be, like I said, more almost kind of mined out. But, and then obviously this will go all the way up as well. the wall. With it, I don't know. It's just vibes. I think to give it more of like a, especially since it's meant to be a mid. Oh, I don't even have food today. I had, like I said, I have my coffee with its cinnamon and everything. I have a few other drinks. I don't even have lozenges today because I didn't remember to grab them. So there's nothing for him to get. And if there were, you know he'd be after them in a heartbeat because that's how he is. Aren't you, baby? Alright, so this will go here, I think. So it, again, it's just like that, almost like shop front. Well, we have plenty of this now. We're gonna want a bunch of this, actually. Alright, and this will go here. Yeah, it actually looks pretty good for a side bit. There we go. This comes down here. Just to continue the road out a little bit. And this way as well. I don't know if it looks any good to you, but like, is kind of the vibes I really do want to go with. For at least this main street, you know? We'll see where it goes from here, but yeah. Right. There and there. So it just kind of goes like that. For that one. Then we can have that be like that. And then add a little bit more in here. Okay, it's just to kind of vary, or add a little variation to stuff. But I honestly do think needs it. I need more blocks. You know, I'll just pull her up. I need to heal. And like I said, you can see kind of like the idea that these are kind of like older, more... They're built out of the stone and the everything is the idea. Maybe it's a little but I don't know, I like it. Alright, and there. Yeah. And then we could just make a couple more. Doobie-doobie-doo. Sure. I shall hydrate. Alrighty. Bop, bop, bop. Ooh. There we go, like so. Let me actually walk this down over here. And that actually should be all of that, but thank you for the hydrate. How you doing? Alright, and... Alright, and then I need this one here. For this. I'm glad to hear that you're doing better. And then this goes all the way across. But so I know you were very uncertain of what you wanted to do. But I'm glad that you're at least you're doing better. There. Should I add lights here as well? I'm thinking maybe yes. Although I could use some more lanterns. Cool. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm glad to hear that you're excited. And then there we go. As you can see, I am building... Ah, I know that one's supposed to be pretty good. I've heard, so I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yes, but alright, and then there. Again, it's just kind of, this is just kind of to Well, I may or may not be playing Bedrock, and I may or may not prefer this model. Just because I've done so much of that. All right. And then this goes here. I need more lanterns. But, yeah, that's why. There we go, and then I'll put another one on the other end. Doing the same thing lays here, kind of just... so that it will have just a nice line down. I'll probably do the same thing on the opposite side over here as well. But, yeah. I personally prefer the mobile version of the menu when I'm playing Bedrock. I know there are plenty of people who don't. Not my sister included, but... I don't know. I played on the phone so much, I guess I got used to it. So it's easier for me to find things. Actually, let's correct this. Like, I don't even think about it anymore, so it's just like, yep. But it's a fair question. And I'll fix the other side as well. Because it's supposed to be like that. Oh wait, I didn't even do it right. I'll correct it. Yeah. But the idea is going to be that as you go down the street, you're going to have these lights on the side. And obviously as you go down the street this way as well, just to kind of keep it lit enough without having to rely on torches. I mean, obviously you're in an ancient city, right? Mobs aren't going to spawn, but I mean, like, just for seeing and stuff, I kind of like the idea of having things like this. And then, of course, you also light up the inside as well. Although this one's not lit up in here, I will eventually do so, but up here's lit. And then let me get more, is that spruce, I think? Right? Or is it dark oak? Dark oak or spruce? Dark oak. Yeah, that fits the vibes. But yeah, I'm playing on my Bedrock world, so I've got my Bedrock menu. It's just kind of how it goes. Do I still have any dark oak down here? Or do I need to go back up top to get more? I have still got some. Alright. 6. I have some. I do have some iron. Alright, that's enough to make 9 lanterns. At some point, I'm going to have to go back up to the surface and actually, you know, go back into a village and do stuff, but I just don't feel like it. There. Right now, because I really do just want to get more work done down here, because I haven't, before I get distracted. Eventually. By another project. Alright, and then the other one goes here. So see, it just continue down. And then I'll have the other side. So as you're going down these streets, that's kind of just how that works. And then you can tell. It's also a way to mark what road you're on. Are you on this road? Which obviously this also is a way to mark. Or are you on one of these roads? Vertical or horizontal? Alrighty, what am I playing tomorrow? You vote for sparrow or potato? Okay. Fair enough. We'll see. So that goes, I think, actually there. Yeah. Alright, actually, I don't need this here. I need this. Also, I went to... No, not this. I also meant to go make fences, and then I didn't. Oh, boy. Alright. 4 up, right? And then we're just... Crap. I'm not high enough to be able to do that, so... Boop, boop. So we can just do this. And let's do these here. Kind of similar. There, and then we take this out here. Like so. Oh, don't tell me I did this wrong. I did it wrong. Okay, let me fix that. But now I can just put this in here. And here. Pick that up. Boop, boop. Done. There. And these can go here. Like so, and like so. There. So it's a thing. It's a thing. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, let's start with removing these. I forgot that was how this worked for what I was doing. Do I have any on me? No. Of course I wouldn't. Wait, I need like 4. Alright, 1, 2. So first things first is this goes like so. Oops. Right? Yeah. You can tell I haven't worked too hard on this side, because otherwise this wouldn't be like this. Also, this is like this one, right? Yeah. Otherwise this would have already been corrected. Right there. There, and dude. Ta-da! See, because that's kind of what I've done throughout the whole thing, just to kind of, yeah. Alrighty. And obviously this one will have to also be done and all that, and all the way down. I'm not doing that right now, though. But it really does help, kind of frame the place a little bit to kind of just have it be the way it is. And then with these buildings, it kind of, again, it just kind of like creates. There we go. And then what I kind of want to do here is go into this and take some of these, obviously. But instead, I want to make them these. Which don't match anything that I've done so far, but then you could just add this in here. I need a couple more. Let's just take a couple. Actually, you know what? We're gonna start with that. And make a few more. Kinda. So that's a little different than the one next to it. Yeah. Although I could also just make it all wall, and then that would look pretty good, actually. Probably, just to have like that nice kind of like that. Alright. I do have 4. I think that's exactly right. There. That way it kind of just creates like a, it's different architecturally kind of thing. It's just they're basically the same, but this one's just a slightly bigger window. Obviously you still can't get in. And then on this side will be a more, it'll be a singular wall between, and then you can have just, yeah. Of course, what you could do, just to do something a little different here, and again, this would be nicer if I could have, like, some vertical slabs, you know, I mean, it doesn't matter that much. Hello, Brett, how you doing? So you can see I've gotten a little bit more done here. It's not a lot, but it's a little bit. Got this building started, got that building started. Things are going pretty well overall. Alright, maybe what I want to do is, again, I do kind of wish that this was easier, but it's fine. So I'm thinking maybe if we do a little bit here. I kind of like the idea of taking some of these, and basically what we do here is this wall is like this, all the way up. So that goes there, and it goes kind of like that. Between the two, and then what you would do is actually, for this one, kind of like so. I mean, obviously there's this, but this isn't what I'm trying to do. Could have that there, and then you could have, like, I kind of wish the update was here so I could use the tough, but yeah. Do I like that? I mean, I do like it, but I think it's too fancy. Alright, we're gonna grab a couple of these. There we go. And then basically it just goes down to like so. And on this side as well. Oh, I don't have enough. But the idea would basically be, if you will... Oh, I'm glad to hear you're doing alright. Sorry, I got distracted a second. I don't know. Alright, no, you already asked this, and I already answered. That's what it was. You can tell I'm distracted by building. Okay. And I'm rereading it. It did its thing. It does. That it just... I don't know how to explain it. But basically, yeah. So we have this like that, this like this. And then this would open back here. What am I going to do? Maybe I want to chuck this a second. So what I want to do is possibly just kind of... Like, I might not even see most of this, but... I don't know. And I'm going to add stairs to go up, I think. I don't know how high I have to... I don't know if I have enough stairs, but we're going to try. So we can kind of see just how tall that is. Alright. So, just to kind of see... Actually, I probably want to go in one. Crap. But the wall could be shorter. On the inside, or the... Alright, so I could have a ceiling... here, and it'd be fine. You don't see it anyway. Oh wait, it won't even matter, because... Although I would like to be able to kind of just... But this would be up here, so technically... I have to walk off, but... I could do something with it. Luckily, I don't think stairs connect. I need to test this really quickly. Test this. I'm gonna just make them nice, simple stairs. Let's test by just going with 4. And see, the thing is, if I have the door here, I can do it starting here. Yeah. So... Other than the fact that even though it's an ancient city, we are not going to take that risk. Boom. Also, it'll light up the stairs nicely. I'm thinking that's what I want to do. Kind of just... Potentially. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I could even kind of just... add a little extra here to kind of really just imply there's more here. Or I could do it like that. Or like that. Or something else. I haven't decided. I suppose I could even just do it like... like you have this here. Kinda. And then... what you could do is... with this... kind of just... lean into that. Doesn't look great, but you know, it means a thing. Or... yeah, we can make more stairs. So I can quickly take one of these and kind of just go bop here. And then the wall can go down from there, kind of. Or something, I don't know. Cover that there, pick that up. Oh, it could be like that. That could look cute. And then that one can go down a little and make a couple more stairs. And walls. Let me make a couple walls. Let's start there. And then we can also just kind of go like that. I need more, but that'll do it. I know I don't need 15, or rather, I know I probably need more than 15. Yeah. Okay. And this will go here. And then this just goes all the way up. It'd make me a little nervous looking down, but I kind of like the idea of it. Yeah. Because obviously you see the in-between, but the suspension of disbelief that it is, of course, because... Alright, let's finish the walls on both sides, preferably, if possible. Because it's the same idea. Nope. Up. Alright. I need a little bit more, but I got the vibes, I've got the idea. I think I can get back up if I work at it. Let me get the stairs first in place and just see where that's at. Let's start by making like 3 stairs to see where that goes. Like I said, door immediately kind of just... I kind of like that. And then you'll step up into your, maybe. Or what it could be is... kind of... So as you continue in, this is where the door would probably be. You could even add a slab here so that it goes up, and then you go up another slab. And that could work. So that you don't see this. Well, maybe not these. For this one. Maybe we do this. Oh wait, I see what I did there. Alright, and then we do this. Try to play another song. I'm starting to think Snow's not gonna make it. There you go. It won't go for long, but it'll go. Yep. There we go. Snow decided to prove me wrong. Hello, Snow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I see. You're really making your husband now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Whew. Alrighty. Fair enough. Hello, Snow. How you doing? Alright, as you can see, I've it's gonna be tight, but I'm glad to hear you're doing good. As you can see, I've started getting some work done here. A teeny tiny bit. Isn't it? Like I told you, it just needs more buildings. Cat. For this area, because like I said, this is meant to be the more monotone area, so yeah, I knew the music would stop working. Cat. Every now and then we're getting a song. So we'll get another one in like 30 minutes to an hour. Come here. Come here. Oh. Off you go. Over there. But yeah, it didn't take too much. Once the first building was in, to kind of copy the style of a little bit. Different colors, shapes, and the like. Because it is a very simple house. Do not, no. Baby, I want, no. Don't step on the keyboard. You go do your own thing. But, I think it's kind of starting to come together. Really and truly. Hopefully, at least. I can get a couple more buildings over there. I've started a road down this way. Honestly, all it really takes is just a little bit of, like, putting it all together. Adding more to it and all that jazz, right? Cat, why do you do this to me? Why? No. No, don't step on buttons. No. Baby. Baby. I love you too. Go on. No, don't get more comfortable. I'm trying to be nice about it. Distraction successful. Yeah, well, but I just distracted him. Alrighty. So he won't be back for another, like, 5 minutes. Hopefully. Anyway, all I was saying is it doesn't take too much. It takes, like, a basic kind of structure, and it might probably not... I might not put, like, the pointed the roof on this one. I kind of probably will on this one. Because I want them to match, but because this is a 2 building anyway, and you can see here how I've kind of done this, made it a little bit smaller on the inside and all that. But then they'll effectively have apartments on the top, or it'll have more of a, like that. But that's on purpose. Because ideally, you only have so much space, you know? Especially, again, like I've said, this is meant to basically be the area they started mining out and everything. And if you want impressive, though, I only really realized how impressive it is still up here, I think, my mining. Ugh. I was like, I haven't really gotten a whole lot of it done, so I was going back up to get more. I do need a little bit more anyway. I've been getting work done, slowly. Don't know if you can tell. Alright. It's, yeah. But that does mean that eventually we'll have that high roof and more space that we want. But I was just going back, and you can really see how much more space we're going to have for this city to really start adding color in and stuff. Like I said, to represent when you start having more, like, trade into, like... I really do want to have that kind of be just... It's not going to be completely obvious, but especially, I think, on the other side, I'll definitely do more of that, but on this side, too, it just kind of... I think it'll work to have all that space. And eventually, we're going to have enough space here to just kind of have other questions as well. I mean, obviously we want the wall to be the way the wall is, but you can even potentially set it up to have, like, little indentations of, like, someone's living there, or, like, an old house kind of thing that's just still sitting up there. And the like, or can be built up too, like you can have like a little stairway. Especially closer, I think, to the wall that's on that side, you know. I think that would be good, because then it can represent those who maybe they built more of a ramshackle house because they're determined to move here no matter what kind of thing during its heyday. Where it was a big mining town kind of thing, and at this point it's more of a trading town, and all that. Much older, much more. But, like, especially, like, if against some of these walls, we could have a few houses. Mostly, like, probably, like, made of wood and, like, ramshackly, like, in the wall. To kind of represent where it would be when they were digging out these huge sections. Kind of thing. A long time. I don't know. Maybe it's just too much, but, like, I kind of like that as an idea. And obviously these are more... prestigious isn't the right word. But these are definitely some of the more antique, older homes kind of thing, where you just... / shops. They really aren't big enough for people to comfortably... like the number of people necessary kind of thing. Which is why I want to have on the other side much taller structures than on this side, which we'll have room for, hopefully. But that's why it'll be residential on the other side. It'll be much more like this. This is still kind of more neighborhoody in a lot of ways, right? Lots of almost artesian feeling work, even though in reality it's not. I have to decide what I want to do in the middle. Oh, wait, yeah, I kind of have. Because if I could either do that or, yeah. But yeah, this is meant to be the more, like, older city kind of, where everybody, like, when things started, and then as you go farther in kind of thing, you just, you get into more, taller, more, just not exactly as nice. I say I am building a city. I actually think it's starting to come together. Surprisingly. Well, I suspect that's not what you want me to say. I somehow... I did guess that was what it was going to be. Give me a second. I don't know why I bother pausing. Oh, you want to help me with my hair? Oh, come on. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like you would do 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. No. I'm working on it. I'm stronger though. Alright. You had to pick when he was... Oh. You want to help me with the running? 1, 2, 3, 4. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. You done? Yeah, good boy. Let me be clear, he was enjoying being out. Well, I ran. Because running is stable enough to him. Alrighty. Alrighty, and then I do actually kind of want to do it like that. Just to mirror. Kinda. We'll get there. We'll get there. Man, I almost want to do for this one, if I'm being totally honest, here. Wait a second. Let me make them into what I want them to be. I only need 4 on each. Wait, there should be an 8th one somewhere. Okay. There it is. Alrighty. So I'm thinking of doing... We'll get there eventually, mind you, by the way, with the health. We'll get there. But I'm thinking if I do this, to kind of just... and then I really just need a quick block to just, yeah. Here. Like that. Yeah. I can even continue with it here. Let's just put this here for now. But we'll get there. We'll get there with the exercise and all that. I just realized part of what I did. But yeah. All right. Another like 4. Cat. I think I only needed 3, but I made 4. Because I want to kind of just go along here. There. Yeah, you just chill over there, baby. You can chill there. And then we do this. Oh, lovely. But luckily I've cleared out the shrinkers, so other than like 1 spot, but that's not over here, so yeah. I'll actually... Okay, I don't know. You can name any one of these blocks, I guess. Do you have a particular one you want it to be? I guess. Nope. Alrighty then. But you're gonna want it to be a block that's not gonna move, right? Then let's say... Do I have any... I don't think I have any signs on me. Because I live down in the bottom of the earth. Alright. Wait a second. Let me go see if I have any signs. If the block does end up needing to be moved, I'll just rename another block. Actually, you know what? I know what to do. Okay, let me take this. I was already thinking I needed to do this anyway. So this is going to be named Boot. I'm not going to name it Boot and anything or anything like that. But it's your block, right? Unless you want it to be like in a special place. I'm thinking this will be it. And what I was thinking of doing is at the center of the floor here. I'm going to change this out anyway because I don't think, yeah. There. It's the very center of the Adventurer Guild floor. But if you want it to be a different block, do tell me. Oh, we can remember. And it's not moving because it's that's permanent. Like that. Perfect. Cool. It is the center of everything going on in the city. On this side of the wall. As far as adventures are concerned, it's the center of all activity. Which that's a pretty good thing. That's a pretty good spot to be, I think. Cat. Stop pressing buttons. No button press. The time you press a button, you will be gone. Got that there. I don't actually need to carry the calcite on me for the moment. But yeah, and then I do, you know what, they regrow as long as I'm careful. I'm thinking of grabbing some amethyst clusters. They'll regrow. I'll grab ones that will regrow. Yeah. Just for a few, to show kind of what I'm thinking. They'll regrow as they currently are, if you will. It'll just take a little while. But then what I'm thinking here, like that, and then maybe some diamond blocks here, almost, and then I kind of want to fill out the rest of it with calcite. And then it's almost a representation of another star. It's not quite, obviously, but it's expensive. I want to do something super expensive and stupid, basically. We're going to see how much we get. Oh, that was actually pretty lucky. Like, that was like super lucky. That's enough for 2 blocks. Out of 7. That was a little bit over double. Nice. And, I mean, yeah. So I actually have a crafting table down here. Or it might be diorite. I haven't decided if I'm going to do calcite for all of it, or if I'm going to do diorite for the in-between. So I just kind of... I think that could look good too. Polished, specifically. So, this is totally survival, as you can tell. I just mind those things. I like how they echo. And I almost feel like I should do it like here as well. That's expensive. What do you think? You think it's too much, or you think it's... it's just fine. Diamond blocks in the floor. You know, I guess that's to show it's a wealthy adventurers guild. But I mean, they aren't bad blocks for building, I'll be honest. If you just want to use them in the floor, they're... I do have a few more. Alright, let's see. Can we get any more? That looks like a pretty good amount. That's 12. That's almost a whole nother one. Oh, the lag. Oh, no, it's not even lag. It was that. I'm like, am I lagging? No. The question is, do I have any down here? I'm not sure I do. Yep, I do, actually. I'm going to put those there, and I'm going to grab two to grab the rest of them. So I can make a decision in a second. The only question, like I was saying, is I'm not sure if I want to do more calcite in the middle, or if I want to do polished diorite, just to kind of... Although maybe the exterior should be the diorite, because they're segmented. I don't know. Calcite is expensive, and everything else in this floor is making me feel a little queasy. Is this better? Well, obviously it wouldn't go there. It's not really better for the interior. I do feel like it's gotta be the calcite. Although... It won't be seen like that. It'll be like this. Which doesn't look as bad if I do it like that. And the last one. Oof. And then I just need more amethyst and a little more diorite maybe. I kind of like the diorite actually for the middle. And another diamond block, and that is the centerpiece of that floor. Oof. That is a ridiculously expensive floor. Alright, yeah, see that one's already growing back. Which one should I do? Oh, that one, this one. Oh. That's 8, that's 2. And then here. We'll do those. And that's 24th, so that's another 6. Alrighty. Let's feel ill baking a single floor. This will be our we swear it's not creative floor, right? As I use basically all my diamonds to do this. But we'll find more. We'll find more. Hopefully. Alright, I need a little bit more diorite. Yep, there we go. One, let's just make the block. Make this. Make these. And pretend we're doing, realize what we're doing for a floor, right? And see, I know that diamonds don't really make sense if it's meant to be referencing another star, but I almost feel like it's meant to be more opulent than just any old nether star. Is the idea, like, oh, we're we. Alright, I think that's the last one of those. Alright, I need... Oh wait, no, there's one more here. Pretty perfect. And then all I need are 4 more amethyst blocks. Ooh. And the centerpiece of the floor is done. Imagine that. Only thing that could make this even more like, ooh, gosh, would be if I had frog lights. But I don't. So it's fine. Everything is good. Ba ba da ba ba ba. Or some other, I guess, lighting like that. I would probably want to do something like glowstone or something along the edges just to... And then carpet it on top just to kind of create some... I don't think I even have any on me right now, so it doesn't really matter. I think about, do I have any... I do have... I have 2 pieces of amethyst. Ah! Alright. Oh, but I do have blocks. I should have checked. I mean, I know I was gathering them for the ceiling, but I haven't done that. Alright, so... But eventually we'll complete the ceiling too, for that bit over there. But if there's one thing I'd call this place, it definitely feels, quite something. Ta-da! That is our centerpiece for the floor. And then beyond that would probably be, something darker, except for maybe along the edges. These walls specifically, I might do like something lit up. But I do think it's pretty much there. You know what? I'm gonna take the sign and put it here instead. I think I spelled this wrong. Adventurers. Killed. I'm almost certain I spelled it wrong, but this is just for now. We'll do like a better sign later, and it'll probably have something more. Or I might not do any. I might do some banner art instead to kind of represent like swords or something, if I can figure it out. But yeah. There. Now our super expensive floor is done. Again, though, I mean, that is meant to be kind of like that, because it's one of the few parts of the city that would still be making a lot of money. On the regular. So... yeah. The concept that they'd be like, oh, we're just the best, isn't crazy. There. Yeah. And, I don't know. But yeah, so then these will be like this. And like I said, I know they're a little bit smaller than these shops, but the idea is space is limited. And so you kind of just, you limit the little bit of space here, and then you have a, but it's a little cheaper too. And obviously if you actually climb all the way up, you would have a bit of space up here for yourself as well. Yeah. probably on both sides too. But yeah, you get here. The only question is if I would want to do like take this, and then what you would do is you basically just kind of there and there, and then that's where your door is as well. That might be what I gotta do. And like so, let's make a few more. All the way across, hopefully. But then effectively all you have to do is you can have it be a slightly smaller space. Oop. Down here. Or a slightly larger space than the little area above, but you can have it be a full area. If you will. I don't know. Alright. I need to go check on my cat real quick. Let me go do that. Oh wait, never mind. I found him. He's asleep. I'm sorry. Go back to sleep. He's like, what? What me? I didn't hit that button. But yeah. That's kind of the idea, and then this shop doesn't have as much, kind of like the back here, kind of like, ooh, please don't go up the stairs. That's that's my living space kind of thing. Instead, it's just slightly smaller here, and then the person in question can just go around back. At whatever point. So we can see here, I've built that one back. I don't know if I'd want to do that, though. I'm thinking no. Because you can already see here I've already done this, but it has other indentation stuff instead. So we can do there and then the other side as well, potentially. Depending. We'll see what we do. But I do think I want the wood flooring kind of thing. And then here, what? That was random. I mean, you can't see anything there, but yeah. And then here as well, and I might just continue the walls. Or just kind of just like if you take a couple of these, make some walls like so. Let's do half of them like that, and then half of them like that, kind of just to vary it. Just to kind of create a Like, I could do that when we were inside. Or it could just be all the way down, honestly. It looks pretty good like that. Especially once we add in the floor and the ceiling. I think that'll look good. On this side, we could do the same thing, but with these. So we have like one too many. Alright, and then, I mean, I can also have them along the side as well. I might do the same exact type of window on the opposite side as this one. So I just think it looks nice. Plus, I think it'll cement the whole build as what it is. But, yeah. We're kind of really just creating areas, spaces, and all that. And then you go behind and you go upstairs and you have your space. Perhaps we do that. And a little bit more of that. Action on both sides. And then, I don't know if I'd really want a window, so I probably would do more wall here. So on the outside it looks good at least, and then the inside, it'll look okay. Yeah. You look at that. And maybe what I want to do is an extra layer of this, so that this just kind of like so. I don't know. And obviously you wouldn't see it on the inside because you're a little bit above. Go, got those back. Ow. Alright, so what we're gonna do here, we only need 3. And we're gonna make 2 of these. And then 1 of these. So, thank you. Now what you could do for this build here, do I have any dirt? I do. Or maybe I don't need dirt. Maybe I just go up top and then I come down and I can get there. Yeah. Alright, so we drop a second. So what we're going to do is there, there, and there. That way it just kind of creates this cute little above the window, or above the door window. Like so. Alright. Alright. Although maybe I want to do it the other way. Let me get my dirt. Let me think. I think I might want to do it the other way. Not because... Pick that up. Alright, so first things first, we get this out. There. And then what we want to do is we want to go like that, and like that. And then you have a tiny little warden above your window. Right? They do them all over this place, so why not do one ourselves? Just to be cute. And if I wanted to make it a more whatever, I could do that too. I just don't wanna. And then stylistically, that's that. It's starting to look more like it's just two buildings. As I was saying, I think what I want to do on this side, I go grab a couple blocks. Actually, I think that's more than enough. Let's actually matchy, which is that one. Like so. Alright, so we go like that. Then we go like that. There. There. And then it goes up 4, right? Like so. Oh, I need a little bit more, but I mean, that will work. I need to clear that out, so I'm not worried anymore, but I don't really want to. Alright, let me get a little bit more light in there. Let's make 2 of these. Well, actually, let's make 1 of these. And 2 of these. And then... Actually, why don't we use the dirt? Alright, so... And I'm gonna have to go get more materials soon. Because there's just so much. Right. Ugh. When you're building in a singular color like this, it really does eat up all your materials, doesn't it? So you got 4, 2, 3, 4. There. And there. Ugh. There we go. There. And there. And then finally, there and there, right? I did that right, right? I did that wrong. Alright. Alright. Let's fix that. Let's do this right. Yeah, so that goes there, right? Yeah. And then we get out these. There and there to not accidentally. And now that goes there and there. Ta-da! There. Very cute. Clean up the fortune. Pick a second here. Oh, maybe I should pick up some redstone too. Yeah, let's do it like this. Alright, and then we'll just do this. And then fill in that. Do that. I know I have some grass over here. I haven't decided if I want to do... I think I do, actually. I'm going to actually do the grass along the edge. I think that's exactly 8, so this is... There we go. Oh, I have 2, so perfect. I'll have to get, like, grass and stuff started here, but... That's where that's gonna go, and then if I make a couple of more of these, I'm just gonna get a couple bit more of the road done really quickly. Okay. Doop. Doop-a-doo. So you can see. Like so. Yeah. There. Kind of just so you can see the road goes. The road goes. Pick these blocks up so we can continue this road. Oh wait, no, that's fine. That's supposed to be there because that's the back of that building. But this is not. So we just kind of remove some of that, and then we just continue forward over here. But yeah, that's gonna be a more flat building than that one, or these rather. But I might, I don't know. There we go. There we go. Actually, we do it like this. And then we do it like that. And then there. There. Or maybe what I would want to do is have this be like that. It does look like it could look good there. Like that. And then you just kind of do that. That way it creates that line without having to actually do that up there. There, see? Although now I have a face. Unintentionally. Yeah. And then this can go up this way as well and be the same block. And that way these buildings can be just a little bit less, I guess intrusive. Alright, let's heal up some more. Our pickaxe. So that we can do this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to break these like so, and then we're going to get our hoe. I wish I could have it be that this would be an offhand. Like Java. I really do, because then this would be a lot easier. Like I said, these have to go. I mean, they were cool when they were, I guess, but at this point they kind of just, I mean, they look like a cool little piece of architecture. I'm not going to deny it, but unfortunately they don't really aesthetically do what I need here. Yeah, let me make some fences, actually, really quickly, that I keep meaning to make, and I keep forgetting to make. Dun, 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 dun. There. There we go. So that I can do this side. Perfect. We'll leave that there for now so I have room to pick up these pieces. Alright, but this will be cleared out, and then it'll look better to have a flat road across. Because these random pillars are just not doing it, unfortunately. Can I... No. Well, I mean, I can, actually, but... Alright, so we do here... Alright, this is going to take a second, but... We're just healing up my poor hoe here. Because otherwise I cannot heal it, because it's just... Yeah. I mean, what I really need is, like... Alright, let me go get some of that glorious XP down below. Just healing up a few things. Yes. Alrighty. Because I mostly just want to, like... Alright. Although what I really should do is I should, Alright, if I can stand on the opposite side here a second, I can let the glorious XP drop below again. When possible. I can take a little bit of it, but I want most of it to go to the hoe. This implement. Yeah. Alright. There we go. Healing, healing, healing. I'm at a good place again. Alright, cool. It's green again. That... Yeah. Alright, there we go. There we go. then we just back up enough to get that one rid of. And then just gently drop down and pick up the blocks that I use, or I've gotten here. And zha-zha. Alright. This thing will never bother me again. Ish. I mean, clearly it will, because... But... as far as continuing the road, it's basically going to be able to do so. And then we'll make... I think I'm going to make a slightly bigger building here. That's not going to be more like these. I think I want it to be more... maybe this is the bathhouse kind of thing. At least, like, on this side of bathhouse kind of thing. Close enough to the wall that smelly adventurers can just go there. Especially since, you know, all you'd have to do to get there is you go up, you go down, and you just turn and you'd be at the building. If you disagree, do tell me. I think there should be something else. I just think it would make sense to kind of really lean into that. And especially since this side is just it's perfect. Obviously the areas won't be huge because the idea is kind of just like this is... We could even have a nicer bathhouse farther in kind of thing, but for here it's just like, get clean. So obviously people don't want to deal with you if you're not, right? I kind of like the idea of going maybe a little bit farther back for this building. And like I said, then you go all the way over to here-ish. And then, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need one shorter. Each side's still going to be like 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Kind of like that building is effectively at the end, but and then for the bathing area, we go there. So it's not a very large area, obviously, on the inside, but that kind of fits in with the whole, it's just get clean kind of thing. I'd almost be tempted to instead, let me do this a second. This is how I'm marking things out. Like, I'd almost be tempted to instead kind of just be like, if there was a, three kind of there, and say the side of the building, normally this is not the side of the building, but for like this building it is. So you'd instead have a super long tub area kind of thing. I don't know. Or I do still think this is pretty perfect. I might. I haven't decided how I want to do it, but I do think that's what I want to do. And again, like I said, it's not going to be terribly big, but there's a reason for that. Logically, you know? Within the lore of this place, it's just like, get in, get out. As it is with all the things Let me clear out some of this. Could even have, or like someone was like, dude, like it could even be part of the game where it's like, it's one of the few places where it's like, your hygiene matters, man. Heck, I'd almost be tempted to even just like build it like right up to the road. And then move this one forward one. Because spatially, we don't want to... Well, actually, we're just going to have like 2 blocks in the front kind of thing. Enough room for a little desk. And obviously, the separator. You can come in and maybe the tub is basically like, oops, I did that wrong. It is there. Oh. But like the tub would be, it's very small. It's just kind of just get clean, get out kind of thing. Could have it maybe be here, and then you have like a little space for washing yourself. Smell. Compact. Absolutely. And I'd build it bigger, but the thing is, like, this is... I'm still thinking of maybe making this, like, a room. Although, I guess if it's an adventurer space, like, or kind of thing, you know? Conceptually, like, I want, like, a room here, and I want a room on the opposite side that just kind of... But... considering it's like a wall room, it might behoove to just kind of be like, this is a wall, so you can't see out that way anyway. Or that it's just like very private. There's nothing, you can't see inside at all. Ooh. To make it tempting to move it actually like within a block kind of thing, just to make things a little bit bigger. Yeah, I think that's like that. Actually, that's a better space. So yeah, we'll do it like that. There. So that's your bathing facility. Tiny. But it gets the job done. And like I said, we could have a more luxurious one potentially late, like in a different area. For like, if you actually have money. Kind of idea, you know? This is, you don't got money anyway. Don't lie. Or obviously it wouldn't have started that way though. But like to really capitalize on how much space the bathing would have, let's just quickly do. I'm thinking it would be just a dark color scheme, because, well, kind of fill in and all that. And like I said, I think I'd want to I think part of how I would solve the issue is just like how much space you need there is just walls. Kind of like just inside the bathhouse area. There, and then that can be like a door, probably. I don't know, maybe we would want something a little bit... You know, we're gonna also go with it. There's a little bit of renovations that's happened, you know? Obviously. Because you don't want them to be too... It's not going to be anything crazy, though. It's just going to be like... over the years... Because that's kind of where I'm going with a lot of it. Is that they have kind of renovated things over the years a little bit. I'm realizing I have new... Obviously, they wouldn't get anything too elegant on their side of things. What time is it? Oh, the sun is rising. I'm just going and grabbing some blocks really quickly. I don't really feel a need to go home, even though I'd probably be better. Alright. Should be basically right here. Yeah. Yeah, I hear ya. Let's get 16. Heck, you know, we could even say this is a dungeon, if you will. Perfect. Which would be part of, why it would still be used. Or that they would still have, like, reasons for adventurers to arrive and all that kind of thing, you know? At some point, I need to finish off the area and all that. For getting in and out, just to make it a lot easier. And getting things down here. Let's... Alright, so... Oh, I went too far. So what I want to do is I want to make some smooth stone. Really quickly. Here. Do that. I'm going to dump all the blocks I don't need, because, you know, this isn't meant to be fancy or anything. It's just meant to be like, yeah, it's a thing. Alright, we're going to go back up a second. Hopefully these continue to cook while I'm not too far away, but I'm kind of far away. Because what else do I want? Really quickly. So I think the ideal idea is just kind of like, yeah, we made it nice enough for you to be there. To use it, didn't we? Dun, 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 dun. Perfect. Alright. Now we head all the way back. Alright. I definitely at some point need to just... I have to fix it. I have to fix a few things, I think, actually. Maybe we even set up, like, an area that's considered, like, for bringing in large items kind of thing. It's the city. Maybe. Alright, so what I'm thinking is just kind of be like, oh yeah, they're totally doing something nice. It's like, no. It's not really all that great. Alright, I'm so close. I'm gonna let it finish. What else we got? I mean, we have so much of this stuff. I don't even know what to do with it, but yeah. Yeah, I didn't think I had any andesite down here. If I had looked in these chests and found out I had andesite in Illinois, I'd have been like, I didn't have to gather that. Oh, I had that. I didn't have the andesite. Yeah. Alright, so what I'm thinking is I mean, it's not very fancy, how is it? Let's take like half. Yeah. So what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna say the interior, where's the area that's kind of funny that this is the area I'm getting done first, but yeah, because this goes up. Alright. There we go. And then it'll be the same on the other side. Do I want to just kind of go across? I don't know. We can start here though. So this is the space I think for this. And what I'm thinking is we just kind of drop here into a tub. And do I actually need a boat? Let me just put down the boat. I have no need for this boat. Which is kind of hilarious. And then what I'm thinking is just kind of go like that. Alright. Yeah, because that's the floor level. There. And then you can raise this up actually. And then that creates a space for the tub. That's pretty big. The area for washing isn't terribly big. Or maybe we... No. What we're going to do is we're going to go to here. This is the area. And then the tub is here. Let's fix this. So that goes there and there. Yeah. And then we do this here. And we go up here and we just do that. That way that's still a decent space for a tub. There we go. Go back up a second. Before chucking it away again. Alright. Yeah. And then obviously you just kind of continue this all the way along the side. This is the foundation. Don't know if I want this to be here or if I want it to be somewhere else. But then basically you go to the other side. You do the same thing over here. Bop. No, wait. Done. 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 And I need more. Lovely. Alright. I might need more. Great. I think I need more andesite and smooth stone. Well, I have the smooth stone, but I don't know. Maybe instead what I want to do, just to make these a little less... I don't have to go make more, so... And we can even make it that way. It's like, yeah, look how fancy. They even did a full flip. But, you know. There. And then... Obviously, I'll have to clear out the stuff below, but... There. And then this can go here and here. And if I... get this out a second here. This can go... here. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. But yeah. Again, it's just kind of like, this is the details that would be deemed as, yeah. Like, yep, you can go in there. Do I want it to be like that, or do I want to actually have it be just for the funsies of it? This. And then like that. Upside of the rung. Like so. There. There we go. We can kind of pretend that there's at least structure. I'm gonna need more smooth stone, I'm gonna need more andesite, but just kind of like, I don't know. I think it works. There. Alright. There. Kind of gonna want more of that as well, but yeah. Just to create a little bit of design. Here. And of course that'll go up like that. Not there though. Yeah. Alright, so here's the thing I'm also thinking really quickly. Not only on this side, but on this side as well. Actually, this definitely needs this. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is I'd like to get some, not here. This is going to be kind of how we mark off that this is. Oh, didn't mean to fall in. The place I needed to go is actually here. Alright. Actually not here and here, and then what I want to do is probably, if I can get out a second, switch this for this. Yeah. So that will just look good. Basically the idea is going to be that we're going to have some campfires down here. I'm just going to do this side for now. And it'll heat the water. And then, as you can see, that will be going down, but these won't get waterlogged, so yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking. What do you think? You think that's a good idea? Kind of recreate fire? Rather hot bath? Because otherwise... Because they're underground, right? So it would be a lot easier for them to just kind of be able to do something like that, logically. Here. Yeah, we're gonna kind of just... do this like this. There. Then if I have it, I don't think I have any logs right now. Oh, well, I do, but I have to actually just cut them down and everything. But if I did have some, and I was to make it, I think then we could have just a little bit of... I could at least finish the bottom part. I just realized, I don't know if I have a bucket. Do I really not have a bucket? Really? Surely I have a bucket in one of these, right? Yeah, I've got a bucket of milk. Well, I won't have to worry about a bucket of milk for a while, so I can drink up the milk. I have a bucket. Drink the milk. Alright. For now. But, actually, let me go get a few more andesite blocks really quickly. What time is it? Well, I suppose I could just go see if I have any in my other inventory, or my other storage area. I don't really need to be carrying these around right now. I'm gonna go see if I have any on my regular base. I have some time. Alright. And then I'll come back. But yeah, I think that's kind of what I want to do, is I kind of like the idea of just simulating a nice warm bath. But at the same time, it's not comfortable. It's a little uncomfortable getting in and out now, isn't it? And that is on purpose. Because like I said, it's mostly just meant to be the idea of just like in and out. Yeah, I gotta face this way. Alright. Oh, zombie pigman. What are you doing? Alright, and we go through the nether. I'm realizing I might need more food, but I'm not gonna get it right now. I'm still relatively okay. Because I still have a little bit extra food, I think. I think I have like another 13. When I get down to that, that's when I'm going to need food. Yeah, it's daytime. Totally daytime. It's kind of hard to believe. It's like this is my actual base that I spend no time in. Ugh. Ever. I mean, I have andesite here that I could just pick up, but, like, I mean, might as well just take like a stack. Do I have any logs? I do. I have a whole bunch upstairs as well, so I'll just take these for campfires. Do I have any sticks in here as well? No. Okay. Just looking through what I've got here. Do I have anything I'd want to use? Kind of vibes. No. Yeah, I have a diamond here. I'm gonna need to get more diamonds. Oh, saplings. Let's grab a couple saplings here. Most of my saplings are upstairs, but I know I can at least get a birch sapling here. Anything else I want to grab? I kind of want to grab the puppy gold, but I don't have room in my inventory, so for now it'll just be as it is. I can come back for that, though. No problem. At some point, I have to actually put the stairs and stuff in a better bridge, so that I actually want to use that instead. And we go. Actually, wait, is there anything in here? Netherrack, cobblestone. Cobblestone would be good to get a little bit more, but I had out of sight here, and smooth stone, or stone, but I have things, but I don't want to take them with me right now. Survive, yeah. Sure. Well. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Watching my hunger. We're gonna do this perfect. Perfect. Oh, there's two of you now. I can't see, guys. Yeah. I think this is the right one, yeah? Yeah. Did pigmen come through is the question. It doesn't look like it. Okay. Alrighty, then we can go back to what we were doing. At some point, I'm probably gonna just set some dirt. Let's see if I can't make myself a few jungle trees to really make some more wood. Maybe right here. Do I have any dirt, I wonder? I don't know. But I have stuff for campfires. I have stuff for... yeah, and we can just finish the floor of that building. Yeah. Alright. I don't know, I don't really need them, I guess, but I kind of feel like I should have them. I just realized what's in here. Pfft. Yeah. Let's see, what have we got here for sticks? I should have some sticks. Yeah. Alright. It's pretty close. And there. I'll do. And then I'll just go make them. So I only need like 2. Alright. Oh, give me a second. Alrighty, there we go. And you know what? This calls for... Try to get some music. Yeah, we got some music for this. Music won't last long, mind you, but... Hello, hello, hello. Oh, sure. There we go. Alright, hello, hello, hello. How you doing? Of course. Alrighty, I hope you have a good night's sleep. Let me finish this really quickly so now I'm almost done. And then we'll do that. Yeah, there we go. I'll do the sit-ups once I'm done putting this in, okay? Let's do like 3 there, and then... Alright. So it's mid. Doing that. And then I'll do it, I promise. There. Still got 2 left, but it's fine. Alright. And this goes here. I was just already like in the middle of it, that's all. Alright. There. Alright. I think that's the end of the song. Alright, there, and I'll do the water afterward. I wanted to get this part done beforehand, because otherwise I'll forget and I'll be very frustrated with myself. Alright, there we go. Doesn't that look nice? Alright. Now I'll do the sit-ups. Also, I think the music is done. I did the song. Yeah. But I can't play for very long, so... Don't you get up. No, 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 kitty cat. No, 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 no. No! Alright, I finished them. Alright, now do the water. This is the part where I'm going to probably have to distract my cat. Alright. Now this should work. Yep. There we go. Let me go get another bucket of water. Really quickly so that we can make an... Now I'm going to have to do this very, very carefully. Because I don't want the fire... And I know I didn't have to do the half slabs, but I kind of wanted them to. Right? You know... Like I was just, I don't know what the button is, but I just, I don't know. I love that house. Right. There we go. And look at how pretty it looks. Hello, Koopa. Probably. How you doing? I'm doing well. As you can see, we're working on the bathhouse today. Well, I worked on a couple other things too. I'm doing pretty good. I've actually gotten quite a lot done today. None of it's done, but like, as you can see, most of the street's actually starting to come alive with buildings. I've yeah. No kitty. Nope, nope. What? Yeah. Kitty, no. Come here. No, kitty, no. 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 Go ahead and do that. Go. No. Hey, let's see what it goes. So it goes in the box. What? What do you mean? What was your idea? I like I said, I just fair enough. This is not exactly the same idea, considering this is meant to be turned into. Well, to be fair, I did start thinking of doing that back in October, but then I kind of changed my what I was doing to. We're making this into an RPG-esque city. It's still kind of using the bones of it, but you can see the buildings aren't exactly the same. Especially like this one. I used some of the basic stuff that's already there. But yeah. I get it. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Like, I would have done like an actual restore kind of thing. Until I realized this is no city. It's just sad. Kitty, you can't have my phone. You can't have the phone, no. Don't give me those sad eyes. Roads that lead to nowhere and all sorts of things. And it's like, I understand that. I understand that, you know, you can't, like, because it's technically procedurally generated. Stop. It's technically procedurally generated, rather. I don't know if you could hear that a second ago, because cat messing with the mic, but at the same time, it's like, stop, cat. Like, you start going through, like I was gonna, and then I realized I had to completely adjust roads and things, just to make more logical sense ways. I would have left this alone, but it's like, I went into roads that went to nowhere, that just, stop. Stop. Don't steal that. No. Yeah. So, we've changed plans. Well, some ancient cities are more sensible than this one. It just, a lot of them, like, it really, fair enough. Just know that when you do so, I feel like I need to make this a point really quickly. But I mentioned it earlier, and I'm going to mention it again. The fact that, like, this is one of the most common buildings to spawn in an ancient city. It's like, this isn't a house. Which is why I argue that technically this is not actually a city. It's more like a campus of some kind. You have places. Stop. for, well, stop it, Suna. No. There we go. Here, open it. No. Sorry. One could argue, you know, you come up, you've got a little divider here, an area here, and then in here you'd have an area where you could be standing, you know, if someone does a lecture or whatever. Oh no, I do agree. I don't disagree on that front. That it's like, why? That's what I'm saying. It's like, why is there not? Why is it not as much of a? Like, and here's the thing. You would think this building, you stop and you look at it, this building, which is what I think is supposed to be a house, it's not really. The only kind of house building there is back here. Just looking at the structure-wise. And while it looks kind of like a grand house, at the same time, it's not really. When this one isn't very full, so it's hard to see, but basically it's just like you have a wall there and you have a wall there, and that's it. There's your space. It's more like a clinic almost. And the way it's built, it's just, you get lots of these statues, you get lots of those over there, you get lots of buildings that clearly have no sense. Also, if you're rebuilding or restoring it, I'm going to give you a little warning, heads up. So I've done a pretty good job, I think, in restoring this. Alright? But I've left the top alone, and this is a good way to show off an issue. Another issue that this has. Cat, what are you doing? And that is the way they use texturing, or they use blocks that they've got, like, to be fancy, right? Or they've got fancy quote-unquote texturing, right? But the thing is that some of the blocks that they're using for their texturing, i.e. like that, right, to be, as soon as stop it. No. No. Down. And no. He's stolen that again somewhere. Where did that go? Have you dumped it? He is determined to end the stream. But effectively it's like, at first it's like you'll think, well, obviously it's all just like one type of block, because, you know, you're doing texturing like that. Except it's not. Like I said, I fixed the front up as good as I could tell, following all the blocks and everything. And you start to realize things like the mouth is specifically made of those blocks, but sometimes it'll have other, like this in there to make it more beat up looking, right? And the thing is, it's like the ears are made of that material. I only left that a little bit because I was like, that doesn't hurt or anything, but it's just like, so much of it is just, I don't understand. Also, I'll acknowledge I added the bridge, or rather a more proper bridge, because there was not one. And there usually isn't, but I just thought, you know what? So like, I added some extra little statuary on this side, so that it kind of fits, and then just, yeah. But, I mean, for a lot of it, it's just, if you want to do it as a restoration project thing, right, within the game, I recommend deciding exactly how you're restoring it first. Because a lot of it just doesn't fit. Also, like, another thing that you're going to want to know in advance, this building, you need to decide how OCD you are. Because normally these buildings, this isn't here. I made it bigger because it annoyed me that it was just like one block wrong. I was like, I'm not doing that. And it looks better for having done it. It doesn't look that out of place. Like, I guarantee you, look at this, you're not gonna know that I've done some adjusting to this thing. And it's things like that where I look through and I go, I don't get it. This doesn't feel like a completed, like, building. Or there's, it feels like it was halfway completed, full of, like, brilliant ideas, and then it's like you go through and it's like, but nobody, like, really, not as the player, right? People who play the snapshots weren't looking for these things, but, like, effectively this whole thing is basically built that you never should actually put any light on anything or look at it too closely. And I kind of think that's a little disappointing. Just actually having wanted to actually do something with it. I would have, done a more proper restoration thing. It wasn't for the fact that I just kept realizing there just isn't much rhyme or reason. It's like, I go through and I'm like, this building doesn't really fit. Or anything, and by the end I'm just kind of like, new project. But if you want to, you want the headache, go ahead. I think it would be a decent project. It's just so much of it is just kind of like these pillars. Clearly, the idea is supposed to be that the pillars are holding up the ceiling or something. This is another thing that I think I'm gonna nitpick a little bit on. But the pillars don't appear in a line. I'd argue what they probably should have done is have it as one structure that goes across like one or two lines, right? Like, but I removed one here, but again, it lines up kind of with that one, but not really. It didn't fully line up. And it kind of just feels like they're thinking, oh, there should be something to hold up the ceiling because it's an ancient city like that. But when you actually have structures that are taller than that, i.e. this thing is actually taller than the ceiling that they plotted there. You can see if you go in here. It's pretty tall. And just other things like that. It's like, if these pillars are meant to be holding up the ceiling, they need to be higher up. And there needs to be more ceiling. The fact that a lot of ancient cities have such a high ceiling above them, and then you only have these little tiny bits here and there, I think does this place a disservice, because it's like, either they're super tall or they're not. Like these structures definitely are taller than that. I don't know. I think it's the nonsensicalness that really makes me go, why? Why not just, have a little bit of more layout idea for the structure? Maybe, like, you can have, like, 2 or 3 versions or whatever. More akin to, like, other structures you find. You could have different versions. But I feel like, as it currently is, it just feels partially done. I mean, and that's the real answer. It doesn't feel like, once you stop and look at it properly, it does not feel like a really thought out build kind of thing. Especially since it doesn't fit in with the old style of builds, and it doesn't really fit in their newer builds, like the trial chambers. It's kind of like this middle where it's like, yeah, they had ideas, but it already needs to be updated. Like, that's where I'm kind of at. I'm like, It's not that I think that it deserve, like, it should be, or it's like, oh, it's just like the structure was added like 2 years ago. It shouldn't already be being outclassed by newer stuff, and it shouldn't, and if it is, then it should fit in more in line with what was already available, but they really didn't. I don't know. And like I said, you can disagree with me. It's an opinion. Opinions are opinions. I look at it and I kind of go like, I'm going to check on my cat, but I just... There you are. I feel like... And honestly, I do hate saying this because I do think it's a little different, but I almost feel like if this had been, I mean, in fact, has been implemented by mod makers, they already do better versions. And I'm not saying this to diss Mojang or anything like that. I just... It's not... It just doesn't feel in line with anything, if I'm being totally honest. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I don't want to just sound like that I'm hating on them or anything like that. I think it's a shame. This is a cool structure, but it just isn't. And I'm gonna be honest, I feel like they need to add back in some of their stuff that they originally were thinking of, like the stone chest and stuff. If for no other reason than to look at all more like it fits in. I mean, overall, they need like a whole chest overhaul anyway, but, you know, that's a different issue. And I don't mean like storage kind of thing. I mean, like, at this point, let's be real. There should be the ability to have different versions. If you're gonna make this more, like, you can do this, you can do that. I'd argue being able to change some of this stuff up. And still being able to get the OG item, I think both are totally reasonable. But, yeah, I honestly think they just need a... well, several things. Just kind of need a bit of an overhaul. And, like I said, it's a shame. It really is a shame. Because I do feel like this could be just so much better. And then it's just like nothing's done with it. And that's another thing. It's like these structures and things exist, but they never do anything with them. It's like you can go here and get loot, okay? You can basically get the same loot everywhere else. Well, then why go here? Because you can get loot. It's the same loot. I mean, that's where I really am at this point. It's not that I'm trying to complain exactly. It just... I don't know. I think it could be better. I think it could be worse. Yeah. But I don't think what currently is yeah. Anyway, like I said, you can tell me I'm totally off, and I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm fine with that, by the way. I just say it how I see it. Unfortunately, I don't see. Uh, I don't. And for most of these things, they're minor things that I'm adding, and it's like, well, they don't really add much, right? And then they add a lot. For example, here, this thing, it's normally like this, like flat across. It didn't take much to add. A little doorway, and then it looks good. It looks more like what you would expect. I think I also made it a little bit taller. Or no, I moved it over. I changed up the roof a little bit too, because I just couldn't figure out what it was. I'm not like claiming that that's better or anything, I'm just saying it's like this. Just make it feel more solid. Thanks. I don't want to just be like complain, but I am serious when I say I look at it and I see potential loss kind of thing. Where it's like, it's kind of like the beam. It's like they focus on so much on how much of they could, but they didn't really look at should they kind of thing. And I don't know. Empty structures that do nothing. They don't like help you advance the game either. And see, I think that's the problem for a lot of their updates. Like, it's not that it's just like, oh, it's horrible or whatever, but especially since the Nether update. Like, the Nether update was updated to make it more, you can travel across the Nether and get new things, and actually, like, you know, there was a logic to it. The updating of the world, you know, I mean, it's amazing, it's great, but they didn't really update the biomes to match. So now the biomes feel just flat and one note. And while they weren't great beforehand, they just kind of completely and totally at this point are just... yeah. Which is honestly what I start looking at, is it's not that it's just like, and then you have the wild quote-unquote update. I'm gonna turn around and say it. I think in a lot of ways, if they had added the Birch update, again, I go with, they didn't even have to add a lot. They could have just added parity features that were extremely necessary. And I think people would have, or not even necessary, but just would look nice on the Java side, and, you know, maybe throw in a few small things. You don't have to go for, like, huge amounts or whatever. And people would have been just as happy. But, yeah. I mean, you go through and everything is just so lifeless. Kind of at this point. And, as I said, it's a shame. It really is. Because it doesn't have to be. But yeah. That's kind of where I go with it. I look at it and I'm like, so much of this is just empty. Like, all of these updates are fairly empty. It's like, yeah, I can go to an ancient city and the only thing there is the warden. And the loot is subpar. and there's nothing that really helps you go to the end game. So you're only doing it if you want something like a trim or something. Maybe you want the Swiss sneak, but that's your whole reason, and then you have no reason to go to another one. That's basically it. And oh, you want the silence trim? Well, once you find that, there's again no reason to go back. There's anything long term. All right. And even this update, like, I did take a drink, but like even this update, I've said it. If they add dogs before 1.21, the update for casual people is probably going to be very, very flat and boring. Because unfortunately, the update in question that's going to be the exciting part of the update for, the people who are not all in on trial chambers, right? Will be the dogs, and then the dogs won't be that update. I hope it's not the case. As I said, I do hope it's not the case. I hope that it's just instead it's like they do add it to 1.21, but otherwise it's like then they're going to get complaints, and then there'll be people who are like, oh, see, people complain about everything. It's just like, no. The good part of the part of the update that is for anyone that doesn't like the trail chambers. Oh, I don't disagree. I was just saying, the thing is, so a trial chamber, yeah, the mace that you have like a 2% chance on effectively. You're not getting the mace unless you're creative, pretty much. Or you're determined to grind it out. Effectively, then, the only really positive feature of that update, again, other than if you want new trims, is the concept that now the ominous, now you're not going to, like, accidentally start a raid, which I think is great. But I don't think an update that makes. And that's kind of where I'm going with it. I'm not saying that it has to be anything else. Let me be clear. I'm saying they should not update the dogs before 1.21. Ironically. Like, I think the update would be fine if they don't. Yeah, except here's the thing. So you have a 2% chance of getting it, but you have to have it be an ominous trial. And then the thing is, from there, basically, effectively, you have to kill a whole bunch of pillager captains, or you have to sacrifice several of the chests that only give you loot once. No. That's the 2% chance for the heavy core. That's what that is. They have lessened your likelihood of getting it. They're like, oh, it's fine. Oh, yeah. That's what they have said themselves. That is their words. I'm not kidding. And I know that people are showing, look, we can get, it's not that simple. One, you have to find your trail chamber, right? And while they're, oh. Potentially, I guess. Yeah, that's, sorry, I misunderstood, but yes, an 8 to 10% chance within 4 to 5. So effectively, every trial chamber will potentially have, I would say maybe at best a 20% chance. If it's a large one. If you don't use those chests to get your ominous potion stuff, if you instead grind out all the pillager captains you have to grind out to get. So you need to lessen that amount if someone's not going to go and grind out pillager captains. True, you get free copper. But that's about it. So if you don't like copper, well, that's your... and you don't want to have to grind out the pillager captains yourself, well, you're good out of luck on this update. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's completely bad. I'm just saying they don't really want you to get the mace. They want to do everything in their power for you not to get it, so you have to go to more. But in reality, that's not going to mean people are going to go out and go to those trial chambers. They'll go to the first one. If they don't get the mace immediately, they're going to say, well, I'm never going to another trial chamber, until they run into one while they're mining. Yeah. And that's kind of the kinds of things I'm left with, where I'm like, I see things that are good about the update, but a lot of it's very invisible. Yeah, except that once I saw, the thing is, so I've actually watched someone who actually, they've been showing how easy it is to do the trial chambers, and then they almost got absolutely smoked. Trying to do an ominous one. So, using, the full diamond gear and everything, and I was just like, on Bedrock, that's gonna be impossible. Except it's not very OP at all, unless you put a bunch of enchants on it, and even then, you still need to be able to drop from a distance. The thing is, it only looks OP from the point of view of, well, look, I can kill this thing so easy that I have removed the AI from. But if that thing can walk away, well, now I'm dead. Whoopsie daisy. It's not really as useful as it looks like it is. You can't really one-shot a warden because, one, you don't have the room to here, and two, wardens don't hold still. So it's things like that where it's it looks OP. And people who are showing it off as OP are, and that's the thing I think is a problem. It's OP, but is it? Because it's balanced by the fact that you have to drop from a significant distance. Even if you have the one enchantment on it, right? That they've added. That one enchantment where it makes it a little bit better. That's where I go with. People are going to have seen people on YouTube going and showing how OP this thing is, and then they go and try and use it. Yeah, I think it's density. Even then, it's not... You have to drop from quite a high... and you have to get lucky enough to land on it perfect. Otherwise, you're dead. Which is where I say, while it looks OP, it's pretty balanced. You're not really going to be having a lot of difference. It's that kind of thing where I was like, people need to keep their mouth shut about how OP it is, because it's really not. They didn't. Mojang made it harder to get and everything. They're like, oh, this is because... And that's where I look at it. I go, it's not that it... You could consider it OP. But at the same time, you have to have a certain level of just... luck. More than anything else, you kind of just need some luck. Ah, yes. The Elytra, my point wasn't actually about how high you have to go. It's more like, and then if you whiff it, because you have a high chance of whiffing it, right? You miss, you die. Because it's basically a water bucket clutch. Hello, Knight. I'm just finishing up a little bit. That's where I'm going with it. I'm not saying that I'm saying if the mob moves out of the way at the last second, you're toast. Or heck, you've started your jump, you're like, haha, and then this goose gone. That's where I go with it. It's not that it's... And let me be clear, I don't think it's the most evil thing in the world to... or whatever, right? I feel like I need to be clear on this. I like I said, I think the update is mostly fine. I think the only issue, like I said, is for anybody who doesn't want to go get the trial chambers and stuff, they'll want the dogs. And then if the dogs aren't part of 121, effectively they'll be like, yeah, there's nothing for me in this update. That's more what I was saying. And if you don't like dogs or trial chambers, well, you're very out of luck, because there's nothing else. Yeah, I'm just kind of quickly finishing up. As you can see here. But yeah, that's kind of where I look at it. It's not that I'm saying that it's like it can't be a good update. Let me be clear. I feel like I have to be very specific on this. I'm not saying it will be a bad update. But what I'm saying is, especially on Bedrock, because that's what I'm playing today, this is where I'm looking at this from, getting through a trial chamber is very, very difficult. It's going to be much more difficult than on Java because of all the random stupid damage bugs that you really will get. They're coming. I get lots of dogs. But that's more where I'm talking about. I'm not saying, like, that, it has to be, like, absolute one way or the other. It's just... looking at that specifically, and the concept of if... it's probably true. Potentially. I believe you. I think I know. But, alright. Alright. I don't know the name. I'm streaming. I can think of several things I've seen other people talk about. Like I said, I'm not really let me be clear, I'm not a TF2 person. I'm just... I've never really... I don't... It's not that I don't... To be fair, I'm not very, in general, but... Like, I feel like I know, but I don't. And that's the thing. Like I'm saying, I can think of things that I think it is. Exactly. But like I said, I have streamer brain, and I don't remember the names of things on the best of days. I might be able to associate a name with a person to some extent, but, like, the actual name of something, yeah, no. I'm looking at it, I'm like, I could have just looked at it, and I'd still be like, I got no idea. I feel like I'd have heard that, yeah. Like I said, I'm not... I will be honest, like... I'm not gonna claim knowledge where I don't have it. I've heard things, I don't know things. Because I be dumb. Well, not really. I just don't play a lot of And it's not even like play a lot of. It's more like I don't. I only really even gotten to gaming in a more major way before I started streaming, because I was like, I can do that. I can play and rage at a video game. That I can do. Kind of thing. Alright. But yeah. Fair enough. I still go with, I think that it's not going to be as OP as it looks like it is. Though, like I said, it'll probably be a lot of fun though for if they can get it and make it work. What I will say is, if you are gonna, if you are one of the people in question, right? Really and truly, just grind out the captains. But yeah, I don't know. What else? Do I have a key? I do have this, and then I can use these. Anyway, as I said, all I really find myself thinking is, and again, like I said, it's not got anything to do with whether the trial chambers are good or bad. Okay? Ironically, it has to do with the fact that the trial chambers are kind of underground. And they're not the easiest things to come by. Except for when you don't want them, and they'll come by, you'll come by them pretty easy. But like, when I say, like, I look at it, it's like it's not really an update to. They'll be relatively easy, assuming you have a village, and you're willing to sacrifice one of your villagers to be a map maker, and you know that that's what that is, because to be honest, most people aren't following the snapshots. You need to remember that part. See, this is where I'm going with the whole, it's like, it should be easy, but unless somebody's going to go read the changelog / play all the snapshots, you have to go and watch somebody else's video to figure out why you can't, like, an easier way to find them. And that's kind of where I'm going with. I'm not going with, like, the idea that they just can't do it, right? I'm going with, it's as an update without something for people who don't, just to be able to see upright out front, right, in front of their eyes, because a lot of people are not going to be people who know, who go and, like, just they min-max and all this other stuff, right? That's where I'm going with the whole, that's why I think dogs. And see, that's where I'm going with. I don't think, I'm going to be honest, I'm letting, like, some of my villagers be map makers, not because of this, but you can only have that, really, if you're going into a new world, kind of thing. And you haven't already set up all your villagers. Because the whole idea is to get the people who are staying at their bases and everything, and aren't traveling. Also, that'll only tell you where one trial chamber is, which is not going to be enough. Unless they've actually fixed map makers. I don't think they have, though. unfortunately. Because I haven't seen anybody talk about that. Believe me, if they did, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. Oh, but it'll only give you the same places. That's the problem. Even if you breed to get, like, new map makers and stuff, they'll still only send you, like, the same places. Typically. At least that's been my experience. So every trial chamber map you buy from them will be the same one, probably. Or at least has a high chance. Commonly. Unless it's, like, got a second map tier kind of thing, and that's so... I have not had it, the luck of just... Not really. It's... Again, a Bedrock thing, oftentimes. Like I said, this update really isn't... Every change they're making, right, or thing they're trying to do, really is suited for Java, kind of thing, right? I feel like I need to say this. Where they aren't really focusing on, for example, like, Bedrock quirks. Nah. See, that's the kind of thing where I'm like, I mean, maybe you've gotten super lucky, but... I don't know. I've never had that happen, really. Yeah, no, I know. What I'm saying is, the irony is, they're massive they're bigger player, right, base that they're trying to push towards getting add-ons and stuff, and I'm just like, this is just, like, I don't mind. That's true. I don't deny that. I definitely feel like that. Except that's not really the case either, because they'll get rid of the thing is, it's because, here's the thing, here's what I really think it is. I think it's because... I don't think it's that either. Because I've been paying attention, and well, oftentimes it's Bedrock that gets the shaft, if you will. Java does too. On more than one thing. Like, you actually look at it, and they really don't. And this is where I find this super weird. Let me be clear. One of the craziest features I feel like that Bedrock has that's amazing, that I would argue should go to Java, right? Watercolor. But the different biomes really and truly have different colored water and stuff that honestly looks really nice. And isn't just the same color. Especially for the desert and especially for, like, desert, savanna, and mesa. That don't really get their own, like, having, like, more motions and stuff in their thing, right? But that doesn't come to Java. Even though I feel like that would be super simple. Pretty easy, right? They don't do that. And it'd be something, again, that's just in front of the Java player's eyes to be like, look at this! And there's been other things where I'm just like, what the heck? Because, while there's a lot of issues with Bedrock villagers, Java villagers are kind of worse. On everything except for, like, the actual trading. Because, while I've had issues with my villagers, I've never had them jump off a cliff bad. Because I placed the wrong block below him. Whereas on Java, that absolutely has actually happened. But they don't fix that. Instead, they're like, we're going to make it even harder to get villagers. Which, effectively, it's not just messing with Bedrock, which Bedrock has its own issues with the trading system. But it is also messing with Java. So that's kind of where I go with it. I feel like on both sides that nobody gets... like, they make it effectively, like, I'd go here. And again, if I hadn't like just started noticing some of the things that they do, like the chat reporting and stuff, it's sort of a thing on Bedrock. It is, but it already was. Whereas on Java, it's like people said, "Hey, don't do that," and they still did it anyway. Oh, I don't disagree, but my point is not really that. It was more along the lines of both sides don't actually get it. In fact, they have a lot of things that people just don't like or have said please don't do, and they still do it anyway. And I'm saying is they basically use the fact that both sides think of the other side as, well, they get everything, and they don't. It's just worse on the Bedrock side, I'm not denying it, but it's not the only thing. And I honestly, what I really feel like is they need to start just making decisions on what they want to keep and what they don't. And actually doing something with it. Because they're not going to listen to their player base anyway. So, yeah. They might as well just do what they want to do. That's kind of where I look at it. But I don't think they do. Because if they did, there'd be a much more united complaint. And that's where I'm going to go with it. Bedrock has its things that it definitely is better at. For one, performance overall, except for the nasty death bugs. I mean, on this computer, I can have about 12 blocks, or like a render distance about 12 blocks in Java, or 12 chunks, I guess, I think. This is 40. And that's something they're never going to fix on Java. And that's the thing I look at. It looks like they care about one version more, because that's what they make it look like. They don't. Instead, they just use the fact that both sides are like, well, but they get, and I have seen Java players go, well, why don't we get to have these things on occasion? And it's just like, because then you'd have a more united player base where it's like, they can all be like, yeah, no, thank you, no, thank you. It's the same reason they do the mob vote, most likely. I just really think I want to do these like this. It divides players. It keeps them from finding common ground. Yeah. Which sounds horrible, because it is. But, yeah, I mean, that really is kind of where it's at. If you look at it. Not from a, well, but this version gets, or that version gets, but instead from a, what does nobody get? Heck, a decent example would potentially be, like, an actual end update, you know? They could do an end update. They don't. They won't. They mock people who want that. And that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I would say, yeah, no, totally. I'm not for the fact that on both sides, like I said, it's just, it's just easier to see on one side than the other. That's true. Oh, I don't disagree. Console players are the ones that have the worst, but that's who they really hate, or they don't really want to do anything for, I'd go with. I feel like... No, I know. So that is a case. Console players always get no love from Mojang. And you know, here's what I'd go with it. Let's see, yet again, it's like it's a... Well, you can't try the other version to be like, hey, I don't think I want this. I think the worst part, though, with that is the fact that they actively are trying to go out of the way to keep you from being able to get free add-ons on consoles if you're going to go with anything of... Ugh. Because the thing is, like, on the computer and the, I can't think of the name, the phone, you have the ability to get add-ons for free. I have for years. Better add-ons, honestly, for a lot of them. See, that's the thing, like, I'm looking at, like, for me, I'll look at their, what they're offering, and I'm just kind of left with, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like it's inferior to what is available on, like, free, have been for free for years. That's the kind of thing I'm more left with, kind of thing. I'm like, they could do better, or by offering better code and stuff. Here's what I'm going to go with it. I don't think it's a bad thing to let an add-on maker actually make money, although technically it's against the EULA, so, you know, there's that. But beyond that, I don't think it's a problem to let people make money, okay? Let me be clear. I can understand it from that point of view. The problem is, for the most part, I'm seeing a lot of these add-ons, and a lot of them basically now it's so that it's just really kind of just, if you don't mind me saying, pathetic as an option. And that's where I would go with it. That's where I'd argue the biggest problems are. It's not just that Bedrock is technically a cash grab version, because some versions of it still have the ability to fully run mods, do everything. I know I don't have any on here, but that's by choice. I know where to go to get them and everything. Not even hard. It's this concept that like, I don't know. But they can't even do good stuff. Yeah, let me say, I do own Java, and without mods, sometimes it doesn't run the best. The modded version of the game plays better, because I've done both. That is fair. Like I said, this is where you could have differing opinions. For me, like I said, I've played Java, and I look at a lot of the things, and I'm like, these are things that they could resolve on Java. They could resolve it on Bedrock, too. But they don't want to. Because, yeah, people don't have to buy services and things they don't want to buy if... But at the same time, they've effectively... To me, like I said, the biggest thing is just the fact that console, they specifically go out of their way. That version of the game, I would definitely say, I just realized I could have had more space here. Whatever. They definitely, I would go there and say that that is just cash grab at this point. And I honestly don't think it's Microsoft specifically going add this microtransaction stuff. I know a lot of people do. But ironically, I mean, I feel like if they felt like they could, they would add it to Java too. But enough people would throw a hissy fit. And that's the problem. The average... And I honestly do think that's part of the problem. Oh yeah, no, it totally is. But I honestly, I think the biggest thing is just... It's about who can throw a bigger hissy fit. The Java players throw huge hissy fits. And so therefore, they kind of get their way, but they don't get their way all the time. In fact, for several things, like chat reporting and the like, where they're like, please don't add this to the game. Mojang completely added it to the game. I don't disagree. And that's kind of where I look at it and I go, it feels like it's one way, but that doesn't mean it is. But again, like I said, it's clearly, at least in part, because they really are trying to effectively. Oh, I don't disagree. Combat is horrible on both versions of the game. And I mean, that's the real answer that they really need to do. Overall, is just update things. Like, what I would say is, for example, I think instead of maybe well, I'd love for them to bring, actually, I don't know if I would, but it'd be nice to, at the very least, have more of the Java Redstone style thing, right? At the same time, I think what they really need to do is they need to go back in and completely rework Redstone for everybody. Not make it worse for everybody, mind you, but just rework it for everybody, right? They don't do that. Because, or combat, or whatever. And I don't actually think it's because Java players say don't do it either, by the way. I think it's because if they do actually update those things, well, now they've set a precedent. If they can. You know? To some extent. And to be more exact, it's like, because I'm being silly actually with that's more of a conspiracy theory way. But in reality, it's probably more likely that it's just like, they think, well, obviously, if a returning player, if they don't like it, then they'll stop supporting the game, rather than just, if they're on Java, they won't play that version. And if you're on Bedrock, well, hopefully it's better than what it was. And depending, as long as you're able to do your research, and you're not playing on the computer, by the way. Bedrock does not let you play until you update. But, yep, you have Bedrock where you can do combos and things. Yep. On the other hand, oh no, I do agree. I mean, here's something to consider. This is where I say that their villager updates are really, until they bring parity to Bedrock, right? They can't do that upgrade to the villagers. I don't think they think that that's the case, but they really can't. Because of one simple thing. One itty-bitty simple enchantment that, oh, so simply does not exist on Bedrock. And that is Sweeping Edge. Something that probably should exist on Bedrock, but does not. You know? Just realized I don't want to hear you. And the reason that is because they want to lock certain enchantments to certain traders, including the Sweeping Edge. So therefore, any, like, the Savannah traders, I think it is, would be one less trade. Yep, that it does. That it does. The real answer is they need to get their butts out of the sand, or the ground. And they need to stop thinking. Like, I've said this before, and I think this really is the case. They need to stop overthinking things. Because I think that's part of their problem, too. I do actually have that. Because I'm going to go here. I don't think they're being lazy on their updates. I don't think it's even the case on Bedrock, ironically. Well, actually, I think the Bedrock team just... Overall, that's the main Bedrock team. I mean, considering they're out of California, says a lot. Yeah. I think that's the real reason that it's like a, well, why do they hate Bedrock? It's like, could they move the studio out of California, please? I think we'd start seeing improvements. You might disagree with me. That's fine. I'm just saying. That's true. See, that's what I'm saying. What they need to do is not have, like, just bring one version to the other. They need to have something, whether it's potentially both a fusion and or something new. And that's what they really need. For combat, for redstone, for everything. But like I said, I feel like overall, it's like... Just looking at it, like I said, I don't think they're lazy. I think they overthink everything. Ultimate proof that they're not... That if they were lazy, that they would get more done, is the April Fool's snapshot every year. I know they don't think of it that way, but that really is what it is. Ultimately proof they could get things done and do things. Fair enough. Oh, I've said things myself where I'm like, they could do things. Believe me. I don't even remember what I came over here for. I'm gonna remember as soon as I go back, I bet you, but yeah. And you can put out your idea. That's fair. As I've said, I think if they want to do an end update, I'd love to see something like a more OP armor kind of thing. That doesn't have mending on it. That's a good upgrade, right? Or a good balance. But instead it can give you something like, effectively, an eternal potion effect or something. Kind of like what you see in some mods, but more refined, potentially. Or, and this is one I've said a couple times on here, this would be why it wouldn't have mending. I think that they should make like a chest plate or something, right? It doesn't have to be a chest plate. But it basically works like, kind of like rupee armor, but instead for XP. So when you take damage, instead of taking damage, if you have XP on your bar, then it takes it out of your XP instead. That's honestly what I think would be a great, like, if they were to add something different, interesting. They can use it. Feel free. I won't even blink twice. Kind of thing. I feel like would make sense. You know? That's kind of where I go with it. Like, I'm like, I'd like to see them, and it would be specifically, I feel like, something you would get from the end. Therefore, this is endgame loot. Which I think that if they want more of that kind of thing, that's where I'd go with. Uncraftable armor that can do that. But that's kind of where I would go with, and I feel like I'd love to see, if I'm being honest. For just something different. And I feel like would fit well in an update. But you have to also add something that, well, is pretty difficult to beat. To get. So, I mean, that's something I've thought at least that I'd like to see. And, I mean, you could disagree. Well, that's true. I don't know if they have the capability of doing that, I'll be honest, but... I get what you're saying, though. It's not really something that works, though, with phones / computers, unfortunately. It'd be great for, like, console edition, but unfortunately, and that's kind of where it's like, that's the problem, I think, with doing some things like that. It's like, yeah, having a button to be able to get away from somebody who's taking you down with a combo seems amazing, but at the same time, it's like, what button do you map it to that isn't already being used? And I'm just saying this as it's a thing. But beyond that, as I said, I think doing something like an XP armor or whatever would be amazing. If it's possible. Maybe it's not. I'll acknowledge. I'm not really completely certain. Well, I mean, that's what they did on Java, basically. You can't really combo. You can only just sweeping edge. I mean, technically you can still... It's effectively the same, but at the same time, it is more, yeah. But effectively, yeah, that's what they did on Java. It's why things are a pain in the butt. And you can go, well, they have more damage that they can cause there, but it really isn't. Ironically, between the two versions, I would say Bedrock, overall, the combat, rather, PvE especially, is crazy different. Like, it's crazy how both more difficult and easier it is. To some extent. Alright, we're just gonna pretend the road is on a solid foundation. Which, I know it sounds crazy. No, I do get it. I'm just saying, like, how do I put this? When I'm saying, like, Bedrock, so here's the thing. The problem with Bedrock and it also makes it so much easier. I was gonna say, combat-wise. It's not about the combos, actually, ironically. For, like, when you're attacking mobs, this is something I found, or I found that I kind of, I'm still kind of stumped by, like, how'd that get through? But basically, so, on Bedrock, part of why skeletons and everything are so much more annoying is because they can attack you from farther away, and then they can actually hit you, right? Because for some reason, mobs seem to have a larger, just, like, hit space, whatever, right? I'm just saying this. I've noticed this a lot. But the thing is, it's not just skeletons and drowned and stuff. It's also creepers. Which means they blow up, and they're, like, far enough away from you, you're never going to get hurt. so long as you're careful. On Java, they kind of have to be quite a bit closer. About, I'd say, 1 to 2 blocks, which doesn't sound like a lot, until you consider that 1 to 2 blocks is like quite a lot, or for health-wise. Can be the difference between getting damaged and not. So I'd say if they are going to update things, even though I probably wouldn't like it, they do need to update Bedrock's lacking, and I mean it when I say lacking, mob system. And you might not, but like, I'm serious, like, having played Java and Bedrock, right? Yeah, exactly. 2 blocks is high enough you can't jump it. Now think of it like this. So, on Java, basically the creeper kind of has to be either here or here to blow up, okay, approximately. It really kind of prefers to be here kind of thing. On Bedrock, I've noticed it can be as far out as like here or here even. And it'll still blow up. And again, it doesn't sound like a lot. But their blast radius effectively goes out about at max to there. So basically if I'm standing here, there, maybe there, for hitting you. So it's like, I'm not even moving around, and it blows up. No problem. And I sometimes get lucky at that on, like, Bedrock, on Java, let me be clear. I'm not going to say it's always better, but, or that it's only on, but it's far more consistent on Bedrock. No. Bedrock is, let me be clear. For the mobile player, as a mobile player, I have been a mobile player rather, I haven't played recently, but you need your whole screen. There's a reason that nobody likes the new controls. That's a mobile player. Unless there's someone who's never used them before. They have their own issues. Plus, I don't think counterattacking would really work as well as it seems like it would. It sounds like a great idea. But again, it's the kind of thing where it's like the mace. It's like, oh, well, clearly, but in reality, you have to be able to time it right and all that, and overall, it's just going to feel like it's a buggy, half-worked-on feature, for the most part, even if they fully get, like, working. Because effectively, I mean, think about it on Java. You can block with a shield, but if you don't block at the right moment, it doesn't matter. It'd be the same kind of deal with a counterattack button. It would seem like it would work great, but it really kind of wouldn't. Again, I'm just saying this as I'm looking at it from, it feels like it would make sense. And I do agree, it does feel like it should make sense. It, unfortunately, probably would not work. At least not the way that one would think it should work, because that's just how it is. But, yeah, no, it like I said, I think they do need to update combat. I don't think that I disagree on that at all. Let me be clear here. I don't think counterattacking would be as... You can. Again, I've actually played on mobile for many years. They've definitely messed that up now. But You just... And here's the thing. If you go, well, they don't even have half the screen in the first place. Well, guess what? That means that you can't add anything else to it. Otherwise, you can't see anything. I love the game. I love playing the game on my phone. But unfortunately, there really isn't. The buttons they added for the right-clicking and all that, it doesn't... It covers up most of the screen. And it still doesn't really work. So, yeah. There's things that have worked that they kind of undermine and they sometimes even remove, but, you know. Most likely the most logical answer as to what they should do is you have like a moment where you can react, and if you click then you can counterattack. Pretty logical. And that would actually make a lot more sense, not just on mobile but in general. I don't think having a button is smart. I tell you, like I said, I think in a lot of ways, I don't think it would work anyway. Because it's such a rare thing to need. You're not very likely to remember you have a combo button. Even. It's one of those things. Unless you're, I guess, playing on, rather, to be more exact, counterattack button. Unless you're playing on a multiplayer server, it's not really all that useful. And you can argue, oh, well, mobs, but mobs are already, you can basically do that anyway. It's not even hard. Because, you know, all you have to do, and by the way, you can even do this on the phone, when it's attacking you. Whoop-de-doozy. And then attack yourself if it's a mob. And I feel like most, unless you're in a PvP tournament, in which case that button would absolutely be banned. I hate to say it. I know how these, I've seen enough of that to know that there's no point in it for that kind of thing. Or, if you're on a server that is known for griefing and stuff, I guess it could work there, but that's kind of where I go when I look at it. It's just, it feels clever until you think about it in practice. It's not going to be, it's not going to work as great as it could. Heck, I acknowledge the same thing about the thing I think they should do, which is the armor that would be an XP leech, if you will, to keep your health up. I acknowledge, I don't even know if they can do it. But yeah. The problem is, it's like, it seems like it'd be good until you think about it in reality. I guess you're not, but... Because, heck, even things like just... And this is where I go with it. It's like, I get the idea of wanting to counterattack, but I do feel like it's not gonna go and work great. And you can disagree, and that's fine. Everyone has their opinions, and that is fine. Honestly, I'd love to see the mobs get an update on their combat too, ironically. I'd hate it, but at least to be something different. And I guess you kind of are getting that with the trial chambers, but the old mobs are still the old mobs. And our combat system's still the same combat system. But that's kind of where I look at it. It just... At the end of the day, if you're in the middle of, like, combat, and I gotta say, this is even the case for other games, like, allow me to make a point of, I've played Legend of Zelda, right? Here's the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, you have a shield. 9 times out of 10, I didn't remember I had a shield. I would just get bodied. Because I only remember there's, like, one thing to focus on. And there's people who are going to be able to remember. And that's fine. But adding more things to do, I would argue instead they should try to get a more simple system in place first. Allows for more variation in what you want to do. And less of the whole, just basically, well, you either pick to hack and slash with a sword, hack and slash with an axe, or shoot things with a bow. And the real answer is they need, like, new weapons. Other than the mace. The mace is kind of eh. Fair enough. Well, I mean, there's no such thing as too stupid. You know, like I said, XP armor. I'm serious. I don't even, and I'm, as I said, I'm not even sure they could implement it. There. Is he after me? What? What are you gonna pitch? Yes, he is. Boom. Where are you, buddy? Go ahead and say. I'm listening. I'm all ears. Where are you, buddy? Thank you. Weirdly, his... Huh. I'm listening. But, yeah, no. I acknowledge the... Yeah, I'm just gonna use one of my hoes. That has fortune on it. I don't think it actually does anything else, but I just might as well. But, yeah. I mean... I think that they should have a weapon that lets you do that, at the very least. And not like the mace. The mace doesn't really... It just looks... this is where I go with... I think that some of that kind of thing would make sense. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll use the... Like I said, I think if... yeah, you know, it'll work. Yes, 3 seconds is. That's absolutely it. That's your balance. Willing to wait long enough and then get to do massive damage, I think that's fair. Like I said, I think that they could. They could implement it with a weapon. Specifically, that way it's a, wouldn't be too OP. And that way it can be just, like, that could be a way to do the one weapon. As I said, like I said, I would like to see some form of XP armor. Because they've said they don't like mending. And, like, this is where I came up, I started thinking of this. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna clear this out. Yes. That seems fair. Like I said, I'm not against that. They should add more things from their spin-off games. I mean, you know, here's what I'm gonna say. Part of what I don't think they ever really thought of with their spin-off games, which those are the real cash grabs. Even Bedrock isn't that much. But honestly, I think they should add more things from those games. And they should have added them before the game was shut down, too. The irony is, people are more likely to go play the game if there's something they recognize. That was the one thing they couldn't do. Actually add things from their spin-off game so that people would get interested in it. And that's where I go with, like, the whole, it's like, there's things they could do. There's updates they could do that, to be honest, I don't think they'd have to do as much of an up for the update itself. Honestly, I think they should do a update where they add things from Dungeons, Earth, and potentially even Legends. Because if this is all supposed to be Minecraft, right? It's all one universe to some extent. I mean, obviously it's technically different universes, but at the end of the day, it's still technically within the universe of one of their worlds, kind of thing, each of the games. It'll be its own, but still. Then they should add items, have added items at least, to the base game. People aren't going to be as interested if they don't know, oh, hey, this could be really cool to play with or to see. Or, hey, if we do, if it gets popular enough, they'll actually add things. They don't do that either. But that's kind of where I'm at. I don't... I don't know. There we go. Alright. I gotta be honest, I was just getting tired of having so much skulk everywhere. It feels like it sucks the light out of an area. And I have a lot of skulk already, but yeah, I get it. And that's where I really would go with it as well. Add stuff from Dungeons, add stuff from Earth, add stuff from Legends. Or, yeah, Legends. And you'll have a pretty put-together update. It would be... And it would be a decent update, too. Ironically. But it just feels like that's one of the things they just don't want to do. I don't know. The real answer is it just... Actually, you want to know something that Java does not have that I'd argue is really good? No, I get it. Here's something that Java will never have. Like, I don't know why they don't do that. And I don't mean it as a, like, to be better or worse. I just mean it as a logical step to take in crafting. Ugh. Where did you come from? I clearly need a light. Anyway, I do have to finish. I got distracted trying to clean up, but I do actually have to. To clean up. But it'll look better after some more work. I think it's already looking quite a bit nicer. Yep. Anyway, like I said, I do have to finish. I don't mind continuing the discussion, but unfortunately, yeah, it is late. Yeah. It does. I mean, it hasn't really taken a whole lot. Yeah. As I said. But, yeah. Or not. Anyway, it's been a pleasure having you guys. I hope to see you again tomorrow for, okay, Spyro or potato? Which would people prefer? Let me ask that really quick. Alrighty. Then, as long as it works, that's fine. It's been a pleasure having you. As long as it works, we'll do Minecraft Potato. If it doesn't, we'll be doing Spyro. I hope you have a wonderful day /night / whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. And